Anybody not ready to proceed? All right. Going to call the meeting to order on behalf of the City of Daytona Beach Nuisance Abatement Board. Welcome to everybody who is attending. We're here for our January 15th meeting. Regarding the Jay's Food Store. Madam Secretary, could you please call the roll?
Here.
Kevin Murphy,
Here.
Charles Jackson. Here. John Kenyon. Carl Fields. Paul Rice.
Here.
Doug Scott Simpson.
Here.
Everybody?
I'm missing one thing.
Ready?
1 second, looking for my notice here. All right. It appears Mr. Fields has not zoomed in yet, but we have four members of the 7 present, so we've got a five members present of a 7-member board. So we have a point of order of business. Motion to approve the February 5th, 2024 minutes.
I move to approve the 2024 minutes.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Ms. Ruby, motion to approve, and Ms. Keefe, seconded. So all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Nope. Minutes are approved. All right. Moving back to the continuation of our hearing on case number 2024-NAB-41, being the property at 600 North Ridgewood Avenue, known as the J Food Store, owner Gatlin Brothers of Daytona Beach, LLC. Is anybody present on behalf of the business and the property owner? Okay, you can state your name, please.
What is it?
Your name, yes.
Yeah, Raymond Saeed.
Yes. Now, I know we know it, but just have to announce yourself, sir. Thank you. And are you here represented by counsel?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And last time I know the AV guys needed you, Kelvin, when you get up to get near a microphone, I guess. So either go to the podium right here or one just so they can hear you. Okay, great, thank you. Okay. Remembering where we left off, I believe the city had rested their case. Mr. Daniels, on behalf of the store and property owner, had commenced his case, and I believe had called 2 witnesses, and the last one we had was the security guard, I believe. And I thought the last witness you were going to call was Mr. Saeed.
Yes.
Although it's up to you to call your case, so you're welcome to call who you want.
A couple of the gentlemen didn't make it yet. Maybe he will come in from the security agency. But with that being said, I'll take the site now. We can go ahead and proceed with Mr.
Okay, sure, great, okay. Yeah, well, hopefully your witness will show up in the meantime.
You come on up to the mic.
All right. And Mr. Saeed, again, would you please state your full name for the record?
Yes. My name is Raymond Saeed. I'm the owner of J Food Store.
Okay, okay.
Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Said, spell your last name for our court reporter.
Yeah, Raymond is Remun. Said is Said, as David.
All right. And so good afternoon, board. We're back here again, so let's go ahead and get into it, Ms. Said. The first time we were here, you stipulated to this board that we had a nuisance at the J store, correct? When we were here last time, we stipulated?
Yes.
Okay. And this board gave you some marching orders, correct?
Yes.
All right. And the orders were to close the business for 3 days, right?
Yes, sir.
To provide security from a reputable company, right?
Yes, sir.
To not sell certain types of products defined in this order, Lucy's, Brillo, right?
Yes.
And the like. To keep the windows unobstructed, correct?
Yes.
To get crime prevention lighting, crime prevention lighting, right? Yeah.
Yes.
To register with the Trespass Initiative Program and the Trespass Arrest Program, correct?
Yes.
To upgrade and allow a continuous feed to the DPBD, right?
Yes.
Did you do those things that the board ordered you to do?
Yes, sir. All of them. I follow the law on all these restriction I had last year from the city.
All right.
And okay.
All right. So we have a report that was given by Mr. Blar, right? Did you get a chance to read it?
Yes, sir.
All right. So let's go ahead and talk about the trespass concerns first. How many people do you think we said was on that trespass list?
As the member knows that we show you, it's approximately close to 250 to 300 people being trespassed on the property.
All right. And we've already disclosed that there's no faces or anything of the trespass people, right, on those papers?
No, mostly when the cops write the trespass, he write the person name and he handed to us the yellow page, indicate the date, the name.
All right. So the you stated to me, and you can tell this board, that some of the people that we talked about trespassing, was it a 6-month trespass
Yes.
initiative before?
I believe a while back the city had the trespassing to be 6-month period for the person not to come back to the property. And I believe the city had changed it to lifetime. That's what the police indicate to me one time, and that's all what we go with.
Okay. And I saw that violation report that we've already disclosed that some of the people you said were that trespassed on your property, it was before the initiative was given by this board, right?
I believe some, but most of them is upgraded or updated as the new trespass law came in.
Right. And so that was before this ruling. All right. And before we had security, that like the one from 2022, that was before
Yes.
anything, right? All right. All right. When you entered into this agreement, did you get any instructions from this board, like don't let nobody walk across the parking lot?
Well,
Did they tell you this?
No, they didn't.
Okay.
No.
Did you hear this board say that the trespass initiative would they bring you back to this room if people violated the trespass initiative? Did we hear that from this board?
I didn't hear it. All what I heard, trespass to be implement on the property of J Food Store.
Right. They just say get
Yes.
into this program, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I went ahead and looked up the word reasonable, and so it's under Black's Law Dictionary, Mr. Rice. So fair, proper, and moderate under the circumstances. Nothing surprising that, but note in particular under circumstances. So that's Black's Law Dictionary. Let's put that in. Okay. So determining whether someone behaved reasonably is an objective standard. And so is it fair to say you were reasonable with you trying to do what this board instructed you?
I did the best I can to implement the trespassing law on the individual who is not allowed to be at the store, or sometimes if they cross in the parking lot, and which is crossing the parking lot going to their direction north, sometimes while they crossing, maybe the cops, always there is a cops on the south side of my building, the new police department, they standing by back there. And when they see them and they stop them, they end up to be in halfway in the parking lot. Yes.
Okay, good. So you're talking about the substation that
Yes.
they say is not really manned, right?
It's mostly, as I've been observed, as there is always more than 2 police cars standing by the property all the time.
All right. All right. So let's go into our security company. And they said you needed a reputable security company, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And as far as you know, SC Protection Agency is a reputable business?
Yes, sir.
Okay. They're a licensed security guard company, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And this agency, as far as you know, can perform security duties at the J store, right?
Yes, sir.
I believe you said, well, I think you found them there on Sunbiz. Was it Sunbiz?
Yes, yes,
All
sir.
right. And the instance that the security guard was sleeping in the car, and you were instructed that he was sleeping, right?
Yeah, when this is how things were going. That day when Mr. Bowler stopped by at the location, at the store, and the security were in his car. And that morning when the security guy came in to see me, you know, he always come in and check the buildings and make sure everything's safe. He said, and he grabbed him some to drink, and he told me that his wife had a baby last night and he has a hard time, you know, because he been up all night long with his wife. And when Mr. Bowler came in and he took a picture of him that he was asleep, and that really what happened.
Did y'all wake him up?
Yes, I wake him up, and
Okay. Was he able to do his job?
yes,
after
sir. He finished his shift
Okay.
till 1 o'clock. Yes, sir.
All right. And the day that they mentioned you sent the security guard home, what happened in September when you had to send your security
Okay,
guard home?
when the cops stopped by at the location and to check the security guy his ID and his license, he already applied at the state for his license. And when the cops instruct me he is not allowed to be security at the location, I end up sending him home, and I did turn the lights off, and I shut down the business till the second security guard came in to the site.
But as far as you knew, he could be security, right?
Yes,
Okay. All right. And as far as you knew, so SC Protection still had their security license, right?
yes.
And as far as you know today, SC Security is still registered with the Department of Agriculture,
Yes, sir.
right?
They do.
All right.
Yes, sir.
The signage on the door, I mentioned that already, but the sign that was on the door that Officer Blower that you took down, I'm sorry, what did it say?
Okay, well, it's happened 2 times. When we start the restriction at the store, okay, we did clean the whole windows, and Mr. Bowler came in and he looked at it, and he has no problem with it. It was, I guarantee you, it's over 95% clear. The whole display, I mean, all the windows I have. I have an open sign, ATM, and a sign to push the door or to enter, and nothing else. I mean, there is nothing on my windows. We have a deli and we have a deli, we serve food, and I have like a sign, subs special for today. And Mr. Baller stopped by that day, and he said this sign is not acceptable to be in the window. I took that sign out, and I regarded in the trash. I did comply with Mr. Bowler where I tried to
But he
do
still
the
wrote a
best.
report, right? He still
Yes.
put it on the report.
Yeah, he did.
He
He did.
Even though you complied, he still.
Yes.
Okay, so
And he was in the premises when I did it. I said, if that is the problem, I really don't need no more problem. Okay, that's it.
all right. So lastly, remember talked about the sign that says you have to be 21 and older to purchase this product, right? Remember
Yes.
that? All right. Is that that's falls under the Department of Professional
Tobacco.
Business
Yes,
and Responsibility,
Department
right?
of Tobacco and
It's
yes.
not- so if they would have came in, they would have told you to do that, correct?
There is a sign that say you must be 21 to purchase cigarette or to buy beer.
And so
In the state of Florida,
Yeah.
and you must be 21. We check ID, if we think the guy is, younger than that, okay?
Right.
And I forgot to tell you, something about the signage that Mr. Bowler has, complain about it. I do have, sometimes, Christmas, Thanksgiving, whatever, these church will have a sign. They require us, or not, they ask us if they could put a sign, we serve in certain time at this location if you want to stop by. I mean, not as big as this sign, that's it. And Mr. Bowler did complain about it, and I took it out while he was in front of me. I said, man, there is no sign left in the whole windows. I mean, I have nothing to hide behind those signs, That's all.
Right. And when that, as I mentioned with Sergeant Conley, when she didn't inform you that you needed to put the sign up, right? And she just wrote a report, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so again, the sword and shield, they didn't try to help. They came to hurt you with it, right?
Yeah,
with this board.
Mr. Bowler, most of the time when he stopped by at the location, which is, to check the building, or he goes around the store, mostly he trying to find something wrong. And sometimes he get involved with the deli that we have. We selling sandwiches. He complain about what's the name of this sandwich or this or that, and we show them it's written on the top of it.
Was
What
that from the
about
board? Was that
no?
initiative
It
from the
wasn't.
board?
And finally, he said, "What is the calories on these sandwiches?" I really told him, even when I go to Burger King, buy Whopper, they don't write me how many calories on my Whopper is, and it just was kind of harassing us inside the store. If it's not this, it wanna be that. The situation with him, he never been too close to us to build a bridge to keep communication going where anything wrong, it could be fixed. And that's all what I've been asking him for. Please let me know, communicate with me. But believe me, he's kind of block of ice, doesn't melt. He's just as mean as a machine for us. I do my duty as an owner and operate the store, and I try to deal with it as much as I can professionally to keep the business door open. That's all.
All right. And as far as the security guard company go, you were ordered by this agency to keep one, right?
Yes.
All right. And this reputable word that we're throwing around, it's going to be an arguable word. So how much did you possibly, you think, in numbers, did you pay out to this security over this time frame from
Yes.
right now?
Gentlemen, the security does cost a lot of money. it is costly. And it is close to $70,000.
All right. So you've already kept over about almost
Yes.
70,000 in
Yes.
expenses for the security agency.
Yes,
All
sir.
right. All right. I think that's all I'm saying. I think they may want to have some questions with you.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right, Sergeant Blowers, you have some questions for Mr. Said?
I do. So you had said that our trespass program was for 6 months. City of Daytona hasn't had it for 6 months in years. It's been a lifetime.
Sir, as far as my business going, I was there since 2009, and we are in 2024. Like I mentioned to you, when the law been changed, as the police officer instruct me, it's for life, which is I accept that.
The windows.
Yes, sir.
You understand the board ordered you to remove things from the window, correct?
Correct.
And in your testimony, you said numerous times that you've put other things up in the window, correct?
Officer, the situation is I have...
Yes or no, sir?
I have to explain. Some church organization, like St. Paul Church, which is request me because the cold and the shelter they put in, they want to put a little piece of paper. If you are homeless and you need a shelter for tonight, please be at this address at 2 o'clock. Okay? It's like regular base, Even I put it on the window to help the needy. It's not like I'm to break the law. I'm trying to help the community at the same time.
But you were issued an order and you said you understood the order that you were not supposed to put anything in the windows, but you did multiple times.
Just for church organization reason, a small piece of paper. Yes, sir.
The substation, that's only manned during the day. Has your security guards and stuff gone out there to ask for assistance
Oh,
from them?
okay. Our security guard does go around the building, okay? And mostly your cars, the police cars who's parking back there is park and they go inside the building. The officer, undercover detective, they park and they go inside, okay? Sometimes I see, somebody in the car making call or whatever and he take off. Really, we have 911 we could call if there is a major problem that we have.
But at any time, has you or your employees or security company ever gone over there, knocked on the door, or asked for, flag down an officer and say, hey, this guy's been trespassing?
Okay, the situation with the trespass officer, it does work this way. When we do a call 911 for somebody to be trespassed, and approximately the police department does respond 15 to 30 minutes, depend on the situation. And by that time, if the police department comes, the guy who trespassed is gone. And as we know the law, he has to be in the property in order for the police to trespass him or take him to jail if he has trespass warrant on it or papers with us.
But have they flagged down an officer at any time for anything?
I did 4 or 5 times, sir.
4 or 5 times?
Yes.
We did a check of how many times the officer was flagged down at the substation, and we didn't have any calls for flag downs.
Officer, most of the time when I flag a police car going in, He will not even bother to stop. Okay, he keep going. It's like we are not exist. Something about the police department, they think that food store is dirty and he's not allowed to open up the store. You know, it just, the way you've been pushing us and you acting that way, something, you planning to close us down and get us out of business, that is a question mark about it. And the more I am friendly with you, trying to ease the communication, you never respond to anything. You never even answer any question I did ask you. You know, and to be honest with you, the only time you came as a friendly when the hurricane came in, and you came a week later asking about if everybody is okay. I mean, I hand you that. I mean, I don't lie about it.
So, definition of reasonable, would you say that having security sleeping is reasonable for a security company if you're
No.
paying them money to work?
Sir, the reason I had explained to you that his wife had a baby that night, and
I understand, but is it
as-
reasonable?
And you've been, me and you stand outside or behind the door talking. Believe me, the way you look at the parking lot, it's like curfew. Nobody in, nobody out. I have a customer every 10 minutes to 15 minutes enter my store. It's not like a busy store, you know. And that's it. I mean, that is, and you know that we don't have the business very slow.
But you're saying this company is doing a good job, but 3 random times I've stopped there, and you had officers that was denied their state license working.
Would you repeat that again?
3 different random times I stopped by there, and I checked the licenses of your security guards,
Yes.
and they did not have a state license.
Okay. Officer, when we start the security company on our property, and we assign security guy, his name is Scott. He worked with us 3 weeks. And the reason he quit, because of the harassment from you and the police department on him. And so many questions, so many in and out and this and that. And he has the license, and you all check it out, and he is eligible to work this site.
I don't think that's answering the question. I think that's completely.
Well, he asked a question, he said there's 3 visits when there was like no licensed security guard.
Oh, okay.
I think
That's
he's
fine. Go.
talking about,
Yeah,
because 2 of the
okay.
incidents occurred within the first couple weeks after the order was entered.
Yes.
And then the last time when they checked and there was no security guard was very late in the probation. So the first 2 happened within a couple weeks, so,
He asked about qualifications. He's talking about reason someone quit or whatever. That's what I'm saying.
okay, all
Okay.
right, okay, fair enough.
Okay, go ahead, mister.
So you hired a security company that you thought was reasonable.
Yes, sir.
And if you're paying somebody to work, would you expect them to do the job that you hired them for?
Yes, sir.
What did you hire the security company to do?
Well, their job is to be on the site and to block any drug deal will happen on the property, and will help us to, if we know the person trespass, he could ask him to leave the premises, and that's it. That's mostly his job is to protect the store. Yes.
Mr. Chair, do you mind if I ask a question?
You know, I don't want to get this out of hand like it did last time with Tony chiming in and you guys chiming in. So let's let him finish up, and then you can finish up at the end briefly. But I don't want everyone just sort of piping in during the hearing. So you may, but if you could just remind me again at the conclusion of Sergeant Blauer's testimony.
I could save that for the end. Thank
Okay,
you.
great, thank you.
So you hired this company to come in and assist you to keep you out of trouble.
To comply with the rules, yes, sir.
So you're paying $70,000 for this company to do this over the years, you said. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you're paying all this money and for them to do this job, and every time I drive by, they're not outside. 3 of them shouldn't have been working because they weren't licensed by the state. 1 of them was sleeping in the car. 1 went home because they were sick. Do you feel that company is reasonably doing what they're supposed to do if they're not licensed by the state, following the rules, or sleeping on duty?
I object, Mr. Rock. They are licensed by the state. We don't want that to get mixed.
We'll,
I'm talking about the individual officer.
Okay.
You say the company.
well,
Okay.
well, I believe, yes, sir. I believe the company is portable, dependable, and you're looking at some error happen or incident happen. And a human has incident that day, you know, his wife had the baby, he has a hard time that day, okay? The moment that guy is not eligible to be a security, okay, I shut down the store and I lock it. I called Mr. Fabian and he brought another guy to take his side, okay? And we do the best we can, okay? And the 3rd incident you had mentioned, the security guard who is on the side, he has corona. And the moment he throw up on the floor and he has high fever, he couldn't, you know, stay. I mean, it was kind of emergency, you know, and his girlfriend came and took him to the hospital.
So just so
Okay.
I understand, you're jumping around a little bit. You're talking about
Yes.
when they came by and there was no security guard, and you
Yes.
said you had
That the security
sent him
was
home.
corona.
Okay.
Corona, throw up, his girlfriend brought him. We called the security company. In 45 minutes, they respond with another person to take over his side.
That day when you said you sent him home because the officer was sick,
Yes.
did a Daytona Beach police officer stop in?
Yes, he came in.
At that time, were you open for business?
At that time, yes. I cannot lie about that. It
So
was,
you were open for business but didn't have a security on site, correct?
For almost, yes, for almost 45 minutes.
So with all these things being considered, you're saying that it's a good investment on this company, that they're doing a good job, that they're keeping you out of trouble?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Like I mentioned to you, human error, a human has fault in life. I mean, if I get a call from school to go pick up my daughter because she's sick, I have to close the store and go. I mean, sometimes circumstances happen in human life and we have to accept it and deal with it. And you talking about 11 months of service this company been giving us. I mean, the incident happened, you know.
Did you see me come by every day?
I don't see you come by every day unless you stop by at the store. But if you pass by in your car, it's hard for me to tell.
But when I did step by, I went in the store and tried to make contact with you, correct?
You always do, sir.
And during those times, did we have a discussion about these guys aren't helping you because they're sitting in their car and not keeping the people out of the parking lot that's causing you issues?
This incident happened, and when you mention it to me, I believe me and you, we went to the car to see the security, what's wrong with him, okay? And he, when we knocked the door on the window on him, he opened up, but he was up, awake when we got to the car, when he opened the door for us.
When you knocked on the window, that woke him up.
Well, he was awake, that's all what I could say.
Was he in uniform
If he's,
when we woke him up?
yes,
Was he in uniform when he got out of the car?
I believe he was, but I cannot tell, but they always have uniform on.
He did not have a uniform on that day. Because I asked him about it. Why wasn't he wearing his uniform?
I wasn't aware of it.
You say you have almost 300 trespassers?
Close to it.
So all these people that come in and have caused problems,
Yes, sir.
the point of the trespass was to keep them from coming back and causing problems on your property,
That's
correct?
true.
And you said it was too difficult to be able to find all of them or go through to identify all these people?
It's not as difficult. You have to remember one thing, officer. I remember faces, okay? I might not good in names. I know a lot of people names, but sometimes my mind remember faces when I see them. That's why I go ahead and we push them to leave the property and go in their way out of our premises.
Would you agree that the whole point of the trespassers and security is to try and keep the people that keep causing issues on your property from coming back?
I do understand that, yes.
You would agree with it?
Yes, I agree with it.
So if your security's not calling us and telling these people to leave, you know them by face and you're not calling us to tell them to leave, does that mean you
No.
agree that they should be there causing issues on your property?
No, it's 100%. We do implement the trespass and we get these individuals out of the property when we see them coming to the store. And our job, okay, as the security, is to keep these people out of the premises or coming to the store. And we never had hesitate to call 911 or our security guard will guard, take them and push them out of the store.
When officers trespass, do the trespass warning, do they tell you who the person is on the warning?
Most of the time, they hand us the trespass, and it's been trespassed.
And do you look and see if that's so you can identify him in the future?
Most of the time, if I'm on the site, which is working, I go look at the person who is being trespassed.
So how often do you work?
I work close to 6 to 6 days at least a week.
How many hours a day?
From 6 to 3,
From 6 to 3.
yes.
So from 6 to 3, that means you should be able to, you remember faces, so you'd be able to identify all the people that have been trespassed.
What I'm trying to tell you, I'm there 6 to 3, but it's not necessary I'm at the store. I have a few things I have to do. Supplies, meetings, things I have to do. But my time is back there, yes, sir. But not at the store all the time.
What are your hours at the store?
6 a.m. till 9 p.m.
Are you the only business that has trespasses? Do you know?
Well, I'm not aware of all what I know about my business.
Other businesses are able to keep track of their trespassers.
I have no association with other businesses in the area.
But you're saying that your security and you have so many that you can't keep track of them.
We are keeping track with the trespasses, But for your knowledge, officer, let me explain to you something. These trespasses guys who is been a trespass at our location, okay, even when you trespass them and they have some food with them or open container, whatever the reason is there, okay, it's not necessary they came to the store and purchase those items. They have friends who come and buy them the items they request, okay? It doesn't mean if he trespass and he has a sandwich or food or a soda drinking, it's not mean necessary he came to the store and purchased that item, okay? And this is how it works. And I am 100%, I will make sure the person who trespasses out of the location, 100%.
Officer Huckabee testified that when he came into the store, one of the times you were talking to one of the persons trespassed from the property.
Okay. Officer, the situation over here, sometimes the person who is a trespass is not as easy as what you think. Sometimes it goes aggressive, okay? You know, it's not like, would you please, you are trespassing, leave. It's not as simple as easy. When you wear a patch and a cop's uniform, you authorized, you have the authority to do things easier, okay? But we do our best to get this guy, you know, out of there, you know. I mean, we must talk to them to leave the property. No other way to get somebody out.
But you're supposed to say, hey, I don't want you here, right?
Mostly, yes.
So the person that you were talking to that had already been trespassed, you were talking to as if, but you wasn't saying, hey, you didn't call the police and say, hey, I want this person's trespassing again.
Like I said, I'm not aware of that person is a trespass.
How do you explain the arrest where the subject was smoking narcotics in broad daylight in the parking lot recently?
Well, I'm not aware of it, and it just been mentioned to me by your report when I received it. I'm not aware of it.
Does your security officers tell you when there's issues on the property?
Mostly, yes.
Do they tell you when the police are there dealing with somebody on the property?
If it's, yes, most of the time.
Have you ever asked officers to take a picture of trespassers before they leave?
Well, be honest with you, you know, I know for sure the police does not have the camera, or otherwise they will give us the trespass with the picture on it. They never did, and I'm not aware of it if it's happened before.
What about you taking the picture?
Well,
Does your cell phone take pictures?
I have a cell phone, but taking a picture, I never thought about it.
I don't have any further.
All right, if the city legal department has some follow-up questions, now would be the appropriate time.
Okay.
Hey, thank you. If you have anything on here, you can do it.
Hi, sir. Mr. Saeed, thank you for your testimony.
And if you could go ahead and
Would you like
announce
me to-
yourself, just so we have your name for the
Okay,
record.
my name is Melissa Diaz. I'm the Assistant City Attorney for Daytona Beach.
Okay,
Would
why
you
don't
like me to go to the
Yeah,
podium?
please, that way the
Okay.
audiovisual people can record you.
So, Mr. Saeed, you testified earlier that 100% you call when a trespass happens. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that your
allegation. Do you recall Security Officer Pickett's testimony stating that that the store doesn't always call because the quantity is too big?
Okay, we
Oh, sorry. Can the board hear me okay?
Yeah, you need,
Okay, I'll
you're a
go
low
closer.
talker, so if you
We-
project.
we must understand those trespasses has been, if we separate those trespasses since the restriction with the city for 2024, we have to separate them. But as we all trespasses is like I showed you, it's, 200, 300. But as far as this year, we don't have as much trespasses as we used to have. And the police department should have an idea how many trespasses had happened on our property. I could say it's less than 20, 30, maybe, I'm not sure the number, but it's these trespasses since the store, probably 2014, something like that.
But you do recall her testimony.
Yes.
You said 20 to 30 trespass.
I'm not sure exactly this year, but last year, but I have no idea what's the number is.
Okay, you approximated 20 to 30 in the past year?
It could be 50 and up.
Okay.
Or lower.
Okay. If the board and Mr. Chair, if you will allow, I have some impeachment testimony I would like to introduce and hand out some copies of a summary of the police logs for.
Sure.
Do you want it? And
Make sure Mr.
Can you give one to
Daniels
Mr.
gets
Daniels first?
Mr. Said.
And Mr. Said.
This is a copy of our call logs.
Don't forget him. They're asking him
Yes,
questions
yes,
about
yes,
it.
yes,
so.
he needs it.
I got one for everybody.
Mr. Said, could you tilt the mic down a little bit?
Yes, sir.
I'll give you a second to just skim over that page.
Thank you. Super, thank you. We got 3 down there, right? 1, 2, 3. We got 2 extras if anybody needs them, it looks like. And
These were out of the 27. These were out of the 27? Okay. Thank you. Would the board like a PowerPoint or is the handout sufficient?
I was able to get these in the.
Okay, you,
I didn't have to.
I'm going to call you as a rebuttal
you
witness.
can do both.
I plan to call Sergeant Connolly, who prepared this to
Well,
authenticate.
you're on
and-
cross-examination.
I know, I'm just letting the board know so that she
Okay.
can testify it in more detail. I'm only bringing this in just to introduce the impeachment that basically shows out of this past year, there was 199 calls. Of those, only 27 were initiated by the security employees. Of the 27, only 15 were trespass. I'm not going to hold him to an exact number, but he estimated 20 to 30 were trespassing. Of them, he called 15, or his security or employees. So that's almost, significantly lower. So
So you want to ask him a question, though? I mean, you're sort of testifying.
No, I was going to do a rebuttal witness. She's going to talk about the report,
Okay.
but right now, I just wanted to introduce that as an impeachment. He said there was 15 to 30, but his security, any employee only called 15 times.
Okay, well, you've got your witness on the stand. Do you have a question about the document? I'll give him a second look at it, but I understand, I mean, if you want to do some rebuttal testimony, after
Okay.
Mr. Daniels rests his case, then you can call
I guess my question is, does this seem
Sergeant
accurate?
Connolly, thank you. But so you got a witness on the
Yeah.
stand if you want to
Does-
ask him some questions.
Does this number seem accurate? Do you feel that 100%, as you testified, 100% of the time you call, This,
Well, if that's what your record indicate, the calls, it has to be accurate, but I'm sure for each call there is, you could say, if it could be for medical reason or for anybody happen at the store. Go ahead.
okay, so we filtered out the calls. Only 15 of them
Sure.
were called to trespass.
Yes, ma'am.
So is your testimony that that's 100% of the trespassing that happened on your property, only 15 times in the past year?
Yes.
Okay. So there's no possibility it could be more than 15 because you testified to 20 to 30.
The situation with the police department, ma'am, they're using 600 North Ridgewood as the corner of any problem happen on North Street. They indicating our location on their reports. And for any reason, any fight or anything happen on North Street, or they're using our location as the landmark for their reports.
Well, that wasn't the question. The question was, between you and your employees, you called 15 times. You testified that you call 100% of the time, meaning that you are testifying that there was only 15 trespasses in the past year.
Yes, ma'am. If
Okay, that's
yes,
my question.
Go ahead.
So I'm going to move on now to the security issue. You testified that it was your opinion that you hired a reputable security agency.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When the first incidents happened with the security guard, I believe it was that they hired a security guard that wasn't licensed. He was on probation or parole. He was on probation. Yes, this happened on February 14th, so it was really recent, as you testified, but this was one of the first violations. What did you do after this happened?
First thing I did, I closed the store. I locked it was early in the morning before around 5:50, something like that. I turned the lights and I did call the security company. You know, we had a problem. The officer, the security guy is not by the law. He has problem and he not supposed to be on the site. And Mr. Fabian had respond. He said, "I send you another guy in less than an hour." He sent me another guy to take his place.
So that's all that happened?
Yes, exactly.
It didn't raise a red flag that you hired a security company that has employees that aren't licensed?
No, ma'am.
It didn't
Company did respond in a manner time where they supply me with another guy to take his place.
Okay, that was the first violation, you know. Maybe it wasn't a one-off situation, but then it happened again on second violation. What did you do after that happened? I believe that was the sleeping?
Okay.
I don't need a reason. I just
Sure.
want to know what you did after that happened.
Well, that day when the guy did finish his time till 1 o'clock, I did send him home. I told him, I talked to Mr. Fabian, the owner of the company, that we need somebody to take over this site in the morning. And at that time, he never turned back to work for us.
Okay, what did you do after the third violation? I believe that was when they hired another one that didn't have a license?
I'm not aware of it. Would you explain who's that guy and who was it? I wasn't aware of that one.
Don't have a name if the board will allow. I believe one of them was Donahue.
The gentleman's third name was Terrell Peterson.
Terrell Peterson. What did you do after the second time they hired a security guard
Okay,
that wasn't licensed? That's okay, I don't need a picture. Terrell Peterson, that was the second.
yes.
What did you do after?
Mr. Peterson, he didn't stay with us too long because we, the way the schedule was for Mr. Fabian to get me somebody at that location. And we had Mr. Peterson work at that site. And I'm not aware of his status or any violation that he has. And Mr. Fabian, I did call them and I said, we have problem with Peterson. I think the Mr. Bowler stopped by at the location and he was talking with him. I'm not sure about what, but Mr. Fabian ended up with getting me a new security guard to cover Peterson's site, which is he's still working with us, and that's happened a month ago or something.
Okay, so Sergeant Bauer showed up, talked to him. You were aware of an issue. You weren't aware that it was because he didn't have a license. Is that what you're testifying here today?
I wasn't know nothing about it, but I'm sure we end up with different security at that site that day, the next day after that. I wasn't aware of
Okay,
Mr.
I'll ask you
Peterson.
now that
Yes.
now that you are aware that there was
Yes.
these three incidences. Does it raise a red flag to you now?
Well,
Not once, but twice. They had an employee.
no, ma'am, no.
It doesn't
no,
raise a red flag?
No.
So you think it's as reasonable, black law dictionary that was read into the record earlier? You think that it's fair, proper, that they have this security company has just for your location, two that we know of,
Yes.
two that didn't have a license? You think that's reasonable? It
Well-
didn't raise any red flags?
For me, ma'am, I believe this company is good. They supply me with the security for 15 hours a day, and incident happen, and they respond to me with a time manner to replace that person and get somebody else to take his place.
I won't beat a dead
Yes.
horse. Moving on to your business hours. You testified your business hours were 6 to 9?
Yes,
6
ma'am.
a.m. to 9 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Eastern Time. This isn't necessarily impeachment evidence. This is just a picture of your online advertisement. Do you mind handing one of those to the board, please? Hand one to defense counsel first, though, and the witness. Two. Thank you.
Thank you, Shauna.
Come on, Ms. Rice.
Larry, go ahead.
Again,
Go ahead.
Or
are you
tick-tack.
are you familiar with this advertisement on Google?
I'm not aware of this advertisement.
Okay.
And go ahead.
You're not open 5 to 11.
This is our schedule from 5 to 11 before we got in restriction from the city. And at that time, we cut our timing to operate the business from 6 a.m. till 9 p.m. Okay?
No, I-
That's the old schedule of the store before we had the problem, and the city instruct us to go ahead and to not to sell and not to do.
Okay. Do you think it's possible that someone could see this and show up and that isn't like a trespasser or anyone
Ma'am,
that could induce?
I'm not aware of this advertisement at all.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Daniels, did you want to,
No,
you redirect on that?
I-
So as the city rested, I want to make sure we got, you,
No,
you're-
I would have some.
well, you see, I don't want to get this, we're not going to have like 3 or 4 people from the city cross-examine. That's how we got away last time. So if the city's got questions, do it now. We're not going to like just sort of pepper them throughout the testimony. So if you got the question, the city's on, do it now.
That's what I was about to say. I have questions. I want
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead and do them right now.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
And just for the record, I'm Anthony Jackson, attorney, deputy city attorney for the city of Daytona Beach.
Thank you.
Mr. Said,
Yes, sir.
you understood the order that was entered in this case, right? It was presented, you understood it. In fact, your attorney just reminded you, right?
Yes.
Okay, and so when we went through the items that you say you felt you complied with, and I'm going to take a look at the items, and I'm looking at in our book here, our manual is page 2. I'm sorry, tab 2. It's tab 2, and that's the order. And I'm looking at the items under following subsection 3, which is on page 3 of the order. It says, in furtherance of paragraphs 1 and 2 above, the board orders the following. Respondent shall provide a security guard from a reputable security company during all open business hours. And you said you had them do every open business hours?
Yes, sir.
No, he did not. He testified to this board. I read it that one day he stayed open. We must keep the record straight.
Yeah.
Wait, so what's the question again?
No, I asked if he had them open for every. He also testified that he followed every order, but the question was, did he have them for every open business hours security? That was my question.
Over the past
And
11 months.
Okay. You also, under subsection C, respondent shall keep the store windows unobstructed to allow a clear view inside and outside of the store commencing no later than February 12th, 2024. You didn't keep the windows clear, right?
I did.
And you told us about 2 incidents, but there were a lot more. Weren't there
Yes.
more things in the window besides those 2 sheets of paper?
Like I indicate, sir, 95% of my windows in front of the store is clean, nothing in it. Like I said, incident that we advertise sometimes a sub lunch, and Mr. Bowler instruct me, it's 2 by 3, on the window, and he said, this, take it out, which is I did. I took the sign out.
Do you understand why you were ordered not to have things in the window?
Well, I did comply with the order. Why? For police matter concern, and I have, if there is less than 5% or 3% on the signage on the window, It's not allowed. I comply with it. I
So-
did.
Okay, so what you're really saying, you understand there's a code ordinance regarding it, but also there was an order that you can have the windows, correct? I mean, have the windows blocked.
It's never been blocked, sir. We running a lunch special, which is I put a poster, 2x3. We have lunch, whatever, fried chicken with the fries, and the price on it.
Wouldn't you agree a good purpose for having your ability to see through those windows to
Yes,
ensure
you can,
that you can
yes.
watch and make sure nothing's going
Sir,
on in your
that
parking?
sign is all the way to the north side of the building. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, and 4 windows. I have the door. And I'm talking about all the way to the north side of the store. I mean,
When Mr. Blowers mentioned it needs to change, you fixed it.
yes, I fixed it right away when he was with me or in the premises at the store.
Okay. And then you also realized that you had a cost of $5,000 that you were to pay, and you haven't paid that yet, have you?
Sir, I'm working on it, and I didn't pay it yet, but I'm working to pay for it, hopefully as soon as I get the money together.
Okay, so most of the statements you made, you said as far as you know, or you're not aware of. So let's see what you are aware of. You said you had a good company,
Yes, sir.
but you also acknowledged that they had numerous times that they failed you.
Mr. Jackson, I think we've beat the dead horse on the
I'll
security
leave the
company.
security.
We've heard it for like 5 hours now.
Certainly.
I think the board understands the issue. Thank you.
Well, then, let me ask you this because it wouldn't be necessarily the security, and that's regarding these trespass issues. Hold on.
Just
don't
don't
wanna
ask the same
overlap. I'm
questions
trying-
that have already been covered. That's all I
Yeah,
ask.
I'm trying not to do that. So,
We're pretty bright up here. We're paying attention.
because I understand and agree.
I just don't want you to run the clock out and then we won't be able to do the sanctions.
Can't just address that. I do have one or two unrelated from the
If
prior.
it's a factual question as opposed to an argument, you can make your argument at the end of the case, but just if it's some new ground that, or something
Yeah.
he's exploring, go ahead.
It's regarding trespass, so just if you can tolerate me just a moment on trespass with this question. Well, it's actually 2 questions. So before we get there, Mr. Said, you said you've been involved in this property since 2009. Is that correct? I mean, that's what you said. Is that
What you said?
you said you had been involved in this property since 2009? That was your testimony.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And over that time, there's been a number of nuisance abatement proceedings. Would you agree? Orders.
We got orders in 2017, sir, one time.
Okay. And there were orders prior to your owners or your involvement as
I
well.
wasn't aware of it.
Okay. Well, they were. You realized they were recorded in a public record as part of.
At that time, I'm not aware of it. All what I remember, 2017, I believe, 2017.
Okay.
Yes.
But you also, would you agree that that prior order had very similar requirements as the order that we're dealing with from 2024?
Well,
No, 2000.
at that,
I'm sorry, go on.
yes, Sir, at that time I wasn't 100% owner of the property. I have some partnership with LLC, and I was part of it. I never owned the property and the business 100%. I was, a percentage of the business.
So you're saying you were unaware of the order and the finding of
Before,
nuisance?
before I don't.
I'm talking about 2017.
I was part owner, but I wasn't, I was part owner of the business, yes. Part owner, I have.
Mr. Daniels have an objection?
Yeah, I mean, we are here for what y'all issued in 20, instead of, we did a historical connotation at the beginning of this with all
Right,
of this.
they did,
And actually the attorney on the board simplified what we was here for. And I just want to say that we're kind of way away from what we are, if I may. I'm just saying.
Right.
I think we,
Established, right, we're here in 2017, I think there were similar provisions, Mr. Jackson, I got that.
understand, but
I plan to
You gonna come?
so I just want you to say.
okay, all right, go ahead.
These are just the past orders. I would like to introduce them into the record.
We'll accept those as evidence, thank you.
And,
Yeah, let me take a look at them, then I'll hand it to the board secretary, thank you. Like goes 2 or something, yep, 2002. 2017 and 24. Okay, sounds good. Let the record reflect that the city has introduced and the board chair is accepting as admissible evidence the NAB order from 2002 against Jay's Food Store, the NAB order from 2017 against Jay's Food Store, and the order from 2024.
And just,
Record should reflect 02, it was not on, so.
I got it, yeah. We
and
got all this,
I
Chris.
do wanted to
We're
notice
paying
well,
attention.
yeah, and notice well
Okay.
that they,
I feel like the judges do and the lawyers go over the same stuff over and over again, but
Yeah.
believe it or not, we're following. Yes.
certainly, and just to note as well that they're all recorded orders.
Yeah, no, and it runs
Showing
with
the
it
recording
runs
by
with
the
property.
clerk.
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
And so the whole point, Mr. Syed, is that this just isn't the first time for the business.
Yes.
Okay. And issues such as trespass has been an issue that the business has dealt with and had to deal with over time.
I dealt with it, yes, sir.
Okay, so it is for at least the perception has been that it's a serious issue to make sure that you resolve trespassing.
Yes.
And it also is a serious issue that to resolve narcotic use on the property.
Yes, sir.
In fact, this order that we are dealing with now had 10 occasions within a 6-month period.
I misunderstood.
I say the order we're dealing with now had about 10 occasions in the last 10 times that they had sales on that property in a 6-month time period.
I'm not aware of it.
Back up, let's get some context. I think you're talking back in to support the 2024 finding of
Yeah.
nuisance and that
Yes.
order, is that what you're talking about?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
I'm not aware of it.
The
Yes.
answer is yes, whatever the
Yes.
findings were, yes. Yep.
And so, so the effort should be, and you would agree, to make sure you don't have narcotics occurring on the property
Yes, sir.
and to deal with whatever's creating your nuisance, which at that time you agree was probably people who you didn't need on the property.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And without making argument,
We're gonna give you your chance at the end to make your argument.
I think that's all.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jackson. Yeah, briefly, I think we need a bathroom break. up
Okay,
here.
just to clean up what we were saying here. Now, there was no, we didn't. get
How much
any
time you
drug
need,
sales.
Mr.
So
Davis?
ask you a couple questions here. That's all.
Okay,
I'm asking a
yeah,
couple.
all right.
There were no drug sales on this, this time around, right?
No, no.
Okay. So there was none of the things that brought us to this board in this alleged affidavit, right?
Yes, sir.
We're here for new things, trespassing, right?
Yes.
All right, that's all I have. Yeah.
Okay, all right, let's take a brief, and I don't mean to rush, Mr. Daniels.
No, I just wanted the security guard, but if they're gonna try to impeach it with stuff we haven't seen.
You know, I think we have a board member that uses the restroom and she probably can't focus unless she gets it. So we're gonna break for 5 minutes if anybody needs to use the restroom or do any personal matters.
Yeah. Is there a time limit on this one today? Like we had to be out of here by 3 last time?
I think they're understandable.
I'm just curious.
Judges get frustrated as lawyers. They keep trying to handle same point, just like.
My son is in law school. Yeah. I was an engineer. I don't know what I did wrong.
You probably picked the right profession. Just ask Mr. Simpson or me. All right, they can always do the restroom.
I can relate because you always want to make sure your point gets across.
I know, I get it.
There is a redundancy.
Yeah, I don't know why. All lawyers.
I tell you, the engineering is a great field. I mean, and there's so many different types of engineering.
Now we're robotic.
Yeah, there's so many different types. I mean, everything you hear about, like
Civil, all the way up.
oh, electrical, constructional. Thing right now, man. Be a stormwater engineer and figure out how to prevent flooding. You'd be doing good. Chemical engineers, biomechanical engineers. I mean, there's engineers for everything.
Yeah, my grandfather actually, chemical engineering.
Oh, really?
Invented nylon.
Really? Interesting. One of the guys I worked with, his father-in-law, because he was a city manager. His father-in-law, I think he invented like stockings or something like that. That would be like nylon. I would assume that they make stockings out of nylon. I think he invented something to do with stockings. I mean, the simplest thing, stockings. Yeah, he was super wealthy because he invented that, patented something. Now computer engineering.
Yeah. Always AI. When I saw the sponsor of this stuff.
You should have the AI. I keep telling people is, you know, they don't think. I mean, yeah, we tell it how to think. Like, if this, then that, it would seem to me.
Maybe actually with AI, you train like a dog.
But if it sees certain things, like if there's certain inputs, it sends you to a particular. But it's still based on.
Yeah, like it's a lot more involved than just coding.
Yeah.
Because I was a code.
Robotics.
But now they're training. It's beyond coding. You can't look at what's there because what's there is more like neurons.
Really?
Yes.
So it's beyond coding, not to thinking, somewhere in between.
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly. It's not quite thinking yet.
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah.
God.
That would almost be if it did its own training. It
Yes,
started training
really,
itself.
pretty much.
Yeah. Good one. He was questioning. That's fine. No problem. I would have gotten to. Yeah. Yeah, no, he was a good question. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No. Ask the question. He wasn't providing that evidence. No. If he gets up and starts providing evidence, you don't have, if we go straight to arguments, argument, it's not testimony. Don't have to do that. You can confirm with the chairman, but if he's just arguing, but if in his argument, he's gonna try to introduce new things. I remember when I was at a county manager at Stetson, over in DeLand, and I thought it'd be good to have a computer minor. And so I took my first computer class, other than like the intro stuff.
Right.
And it was, I guess it's coding, like where you type in, all these different things. And if you made one mistake, I mean,
You know how much time we have left? Sorry to interrupt.
no, I don't think we have to be kicked out at a certain time. I asked.
No, you talked about like the break.
Oh, for the bathroom break? Oh,
I'll run real quick. Thank you.
But I mean, if you put a colon instead of a semicolon, all of a sudden the whole thing doesn't work, and you're like, okay, I have to go. And I was like, I can't.
Yep, my sister had to take the previous course.
Yeah.
Well, she used to do programs out of the garbage. Because they
Now
were
it's getting
all-
chilly in here.
Did they ever invent something?
I know. It must be like warm out there and it's cold in here. 'Cause I didn't notice how cold it was, so I went out and came back in.
See, they didn't have that like that. I had to sit there and go through line by line, and I was just like, this is not I wanted a computer minor so I could do programs, know how to use them and work them, not write them. That's why I said, no, computer minor is not for me. The secretary came up and just said,
Oh, for sure. It's just that I don't know, Mr. Field texted back and he's got internet issues down there where it's staying. Not for that. No, he's right. Yeah, we'll be okay. 85 degrees.
They didn't give me one last time. Let me know. Man. They had to warn up everybody. I never say the lawyer get disrespected. This rebuttal shit, and then they changed the words of what we saying. That's what the judge said. That's normally what the family law judge said. Either I split it up or y'all split it up. Well, with the new rule, with I can't wait. Yes, she was mad because had she known she was going to have to come to Daytona, she wouldn't have took that case. You need to be either like in Orlando or something like that. But if you got these South Florida lawyers taking Daytona cases, if the judge start making us come to court, they got to pay somebody to cover for them, or they have to drive 4.5, 5 hours to go back 5 minutes just to say. And that's what would stop. Then you won't have 200 cases. Now, guess what? Man, I looked at the case. You know what? Would your client take? They would stop all of this finagling. So it's killing the business. But okay, we'll tell you. No, come here. No, I'm not sure. Immigration in the States, it's just a facial recognition. They ain't showing them.
I was sitting down. Personal injury.
Just so everybody knows, we're waiting for the audio visual people to get us rolling, so we're waiting for them.
Oh, got a thumbs up.
Yeah. So
Oh, yeah, yeah.
All right, just want to say we're resuming the hearing, NAB hearing, James Food Store, Mr. Daniels, you still are your. Did you want to finish up with Mr. Saeed? I know you're going quick.
That was fine. We covered pretty much, what.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
Fine.
So call your next witness.
Mr. Fabian McKnight.
Okay. Mr. McKnight, come on forward, and then we'll have you announce yourself, and then we'll have you get sworn in.
My name is Fabian McKnight.
Okay, McKnight,
McKnight.
You can come over to this-
McKnight.
thank you.
You can come over to this microphone. Raise your right hand. Do you swear from the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. McKnight. As you're aware, we're here in front of the Nuisance Abatement Board, and we mentioned you're coming to several times, okay? So can you tell me, what do you do for the J Store?
We provide security guard services, unarmed security guard services.
All right, and how long have you been doing that for the store?
I think it was last year. I don't remember the month, but it was last year though.
All right.
Early last year.
And as a career path, what did you do before you became the owner of the security business?
I used to serve my country. I'm from Jamaica. For 12 years, I've been a police officer over there.
So you were a sworn officer?
Yes, sir.
Right. And right now, do you have possess your security credentials? Your security licenses, do you have your licenses?
Yes, sir.
Which ones do you have?
As it relates to the business or?
Yeah, and also
because I called the Department of Agriculture and asked them why he was denied. Right? And the lady that I spoke to there said based on his case that he have going, he should have never been denied. So basically they have their little thing going on. He went to court last week. So basically they have their little situation going on over there now. But even so, when I found that out, I still let him go. You understand?
Yes. And with the blue license, you were saying it's
Blue
90
card,
days.
it's a blue card.
When you were contacted by the Department of Agriculture about this, they taught you. You said they
Okay,
taught you how
so
to-
what happened is that the Daytona Beach Police, the day Mr. the sergeant came to my office and I did not have the information to give him, that day they go ahead and report to the Department of Agriculture that I have officer who is this and that and whatever it is. However, the Department of Agriculture went to the J store. The investigator went to the J store, and when they went to the J store, they found my officer to be in full compliance and my company to be in full compliance.
I got you. Yeah.
Right? However, he called me, the investigator called me, set a meeting. We met, I think it was last Thursday or, no, week before last Thursday. And when he came to my office, we sat down and certain things, me personally, I am a young company, I don't know everything. So they go through a lot of stuff with me, how to look for the officers, how to search them on the website and stuff like that. So that was done just the week before we came here last week.
So when you intend to put people out that did have a criminal background, you didn't intend to make those people work at the store, correct? You didn't want them to work at the store, right?
No, because if you have certain offense, the first thing that you're not going to get the license. But see, the thing about the Department of Agriculture, as long as you complete your training and certification, then they're going to issue you with a permit to temporary to work, and that, for 90 days or depends on how long their background checks and stuff take. So once they come with their paper, then they are permitted to that's their permit to work until they get the hard copy of the license.
All right. Well, that's all I wanted you to explain that for the board, what that was. All right. I have nothing else.
But still, I think how about we just have, instead of having three people asking questions, or could we try to have one person cross-examine them primarily?
Can we have the officer and then still have an attorney?
Just one of the two of you, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, okay, all right, okay.
How you doing today, sir?
I'm good. Not as good as you.
Are you a licensed Class D security officer?
Yes, sir.
Would you be able to identify what this packet is?
Yes, sir. This is a Class D booklet that you issued when you're teaching the Class D. This is just a booklet that provides certain information on the 493 of and that is what governs private security in Florida, Section 493.
Is this not an application for the state license?
This is an application, but this is olden days. They don't do this no more. They do everything on the computer.
But it's an application that would be most of the questions that they ask for, correct?
It's just a booklet that provides certain information as it relates to security.
Under Section 3 of criminal history, would you just read that first couple sentences?
I'm happy you brought this up. The department will deny your application if you have been convicted or you're a convicted felony in the state. Now, I am not even going to read further because, like I pointed this out to you, when you get your certification and you bring it to the Department of Agriculture, they issue you with a temporary card. Now, After that, you have they do their investigation, which 90 days or whenever, whether that be, if they find something else that they need to go over to other times or whatever it is, they are the ones who issue the license, not me.
If I wanted to get a job with you, what would I have to do?
Get your certification.
Do you have a job application?
I would not walk with a job. Why would I walk with a job application here? I'm not
No.
looking for.
Do you have a job application that people fill out?
Yes, sir.
On there, do you ask about their criminal history?
Yes.
Is it your testimony that when you hired these guys, they didn't put down their criminal history?
They put down their criminal history, and if a person put down no for a crime or yes for a crime, right? On my application, people stick no, right? Who am I to judge? I'm not the police. I am just a normal citizen.
I'm just asking, your application requires them to disclose their criminal history?
Yes, sir. But people lie every day. And you know that too, because you're a police.
So knowing that they lied, do you do a background check on these?
I do a background, but when you do a background, it still don't come back the same day.
Okay. When you're hired, or whatever, what do you issue them, each security officer? Once you hired them, you cleared them, they got their little training card.
You
What
have
is
to
their
issue them. You have to issue them with uniform. Now, as it relates to the uniform, I have different types. I have what is a number 1 uniform. We have number 2, and it all depends on what the clients want. From time to time, you know, some want the number 1, some want the number 2. Number 2 comes in the form of probably a polo shirt like this, because you know it is Florida, all right? So the uniform, my uniform carries the badge and the agency number. If you see anyone just wearing a uniform marked security and it doesn't have a badge number on there, then they are basically not working for a company, in other words. So it have to have the B number that I just read out to the court.
Okay. Reference Saad Dahan. You said he never worked for you?
No.
Do you recognize this uniform?
Yes, but where is the badge number on there? I don't see the badge number. That one did not work for me, and I'm going to stand on that.
So even though this has your logo and stuff, he didn't work for you?
Can you read out the license number for me, please?
I cannot on this one, but I can probably pull it up on my Axon.
Well, if you cannot read the license number on there, then I cannot admit to this man working for me, okay?
Okay.
All right.
So you do a background check? How long does it take for them to come back?
It all depends. You know, sometimes probably like weeks. You know, because I don't know. Me personally, I don't really know how to do it. You know, so.
When we came to your office, as you said, were we forceful?
No, and I did not mention anything about you being forceful. But the first time, I think it was Officer Lady, you guys didn't show any form of, disrespect or anything like that. But the second time when you came, that was my issue, because you came different from when you came with Miss, I don't remember her name, but she's a very nice lady when we spoke in the office.
Do you remember what information we asked from you?
I think you asked for what? The schedule. You asked for the schedule. At the time, I could not provide the schedule because, I told her my system was down at the time. And I told her to give me some time to gather that information. But when you came, see, the thing about it is that if you had communicated with me, because you had my information, you could have called me, you could have communicated, because we are human beings. It's not like I am, what I would call it, I'm a bad person, because you did not see any sign of that. I didn't show you any form of resilience or anything like that. you know, I complied with you. So if you had take up your phone and call and said, the stuff ready or whatever, you'd have put me in a frame of mind because I don't remember everything. I have a lot of things doing, so I'm not going to remember. But communication is very important, and if you need something, sometimes you have to remind people. So that day in particular, if you even had called me and said, "Oh, I'm coming to the office today," you know, for that information or whatever, I would have been prepared. But you just burst into my office, and I did not like that. But you know, at the end of the day, I'm still gonna show respect to the law.
Do you get a lot of requests from law enforcement officers at your agency?
If I get a lot of what?
Do a lot of law enforcement officers come into your building and request any kind of information?
No, yeah, as a matter of fact, you're the first.
So it's
first police
rememberable.
officer. Hmm?
So you'd say you would remember it because I was the first one, we were the first ones to do it.
Right. You take the ice.
Do you remember in the thing we discussed, and I would come back on Monday to get a copy?
Well,
If
you did
were able
not
to get
came
in
back. You did not came back the day in particular when you said you was coming, because I was actually looking for you, but you did not come. You know.
there? So if someone applies and marks yes on the criminal history, do you let them continue to work?
If someone applied,
Yeah.
yeah, but they would apply it before. You know, filling out an application doesn't mean that yes. You understand? Because I have people come inside here, fill application. I don't have position for them. You know. So that is what it is called, application. It doesn't mean yes. You know, apply for a job.
So if they check yes on the application, is that a red flag for you?
That is a red flag for anybody running a business.
You said, what did you do where you're from?
I'm from Jamaica,
And what did you do there?
and I used to be a police officer for 12 years.
For a police officer, did you have to do an application there?
I do everything that the same thing that you would do to become a police officer here is the same thing we do in Jamaica. It's only because it is an island, but police is spelled one way anywhere in the world you go.
So you fill out an application there, and did you start that day? Or
No.
Did they do a background on you?
They are going to do their background. Come on, Sarge. You know they're going to do their
Before they
background.
have you start work, right?
Right. We have to go through training, rigorous training for many months and stuff like that. You know how it is. It's rough in Jamaica, very rough. So you know how that is.
You understand that people lie, right?
Yes, sir.
And you being a police officer in your country, then you also know that background checks, because people lie, is important.
Yes, sir.
But it's not a red flag that you're not checking
What you ask
before they
me,
actually start working?
what you ask me, Sergeant, is when they do the application, if they stick here or stick there, if it is a red flag. Once they stick the area that says, okay, this is such and such, then yes. But if you, in the field of security, you said, okay, then all right, the demand for security is high, right? Unarmed security. I'm not even going to talk about unarmed security. The demand for unarmed security is high. And if a person comes to your organization, everyone has a probational period. Now, why they have a probational period is to give the agency time to do the necessary. And just like the Department of Agriculture, that's why they said in 90 days or 120 days, you will get back to your whatever it is. You know? So that's what it is. When you hire someone, you hire them. When you just became a police officer, I'm sure that they did not just send you alone out there. You have to ride around with one of your colleague until they said, yes, you're fit and ready for the job.
Yeah.
You know, so that's basically what it is in the field of security. You get hired, and then
Would it be reasonable to ensure that a security officer has a clear background prior to them actually working on a post?
that is very important. And like I said, that's why you have what is called the But I just mentioned it to you, the probational period.
So, like, with our probationary period, we've already done our background check before we actually put on the uniform.
And that's for the police. That's for the police. This is not the police. You understand what I mean? This is not the police. This is the security.
So knowing that everybody lies?
There's a difference, sir. There's a difference. So you cannot even try to compare what the police does than what the security does, because when it comes to policing, you're dealing with a lot. We are not dealing with half of what the police have to do. We're just there as proactive people who are there to try to minimize or stop a crime, while you people are reactive, who is going to come when there's a crime. So you're doing far more than what. You can pull me up right now and tell everything about me, but I cannot do that as a security. You understand? So you cannot compare both. Yeah.
So you don't think it's important to do a background check before they actually start?
We just spoke about that, and I said
Just
yes.
want to clarify.
It is very important.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I don't have any more. Actually, one more question, sorry. Do you sell your shirts?
I sell shirts, but not company shirts.
Not company shirts?
Yeah, I just sell regular shirts that mark security.
But the one with your logo on it, do you sell them to the public or anything?
No, you cannot. You cannot sell those.
I have a copy of this. This is the one that you.
Yes.
Okay. And this is actually in the packet already?
Yes.
Okay. I wanted to introduce it in evidence, but I think it's already in the packet.
I think I've seen that.
Okay. All right. No, actually, unless my colleague has something, I really don't have anything else I feel the need to have to ask God. This witness.
All right.
I could, but it's not really gonna make or break. He did a great job, so
Okay.
we'll move it along.
All right, Mr. Daniels, you want to follow up with anything?
No, I think he pretty much.
Okay, all right, thank you, Mr. McKnight.
Thank you guys for
One
having
I'm
point
sorry,
to
the board may have a
clarify.
question. Yeah, Mr. Jackson.
Did you say that an employee can start for your company working at a customer or client site prior to their background check coming back? Is that a yes or a no?
Yes, but I said because they have a 3 months. Basically, we put them on a probational period. So once on the probation is when we allow the certain checks and stuff to come back. And if we find out that if the checks come back that their background is not good, then we take the necessary action.
During that time, they have a uniform and they're logging hours, and you're responsible for them and what's done or not done at a client location, yes or no?
Repeat that again.
During that probation period,
Okay.
they have a uniform, they're on client sites, you're paying them, they're logging hours, and you're responsible for what they do or not do at the customer or the client location, right?
What I am responsible for is for them doing what the post order tells them to do. For example, if the post order said to jump over the moon, that is what I expect you to do, not jump under the moon. So every site has a post order. Like, for example, Mr. Raymond, their responsibility there is to observe, report. If there is any offense, crime happening, remember, they are unarmed officers. We're in a hotspot area. What possibly can we do? We have to just observe and report. Now, if the relationship is not good with the police officer, what are we going to do? We still have to continue to do it or whatever it is. But I'm hoping and praying. My prayer every time, because, it's to my officers, just try to, even though they come, with this iron claw, mentally sometimes try to be as nice as possible to them. But my dream is to have a better rapport and a better relationship with the police officers of Daytona Beach, because they are good officers, but I don't know what is in their mind, that's just the objective, to have a good relationship with the officer. Get to know the officer there. Call the officer. Look at Miss Julie, the female officer. Miss Julie, I've been there since the inception. Take her number. She's there most of the time. Hey, Miss Julie, is everything going on good over? Stuff like that. Build relationship. We are here for the same objective, which is to help to minimize or get rid of crime or criminal activity.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right, thank you.
Anybody else on the board have a question? Okay, all right. Thank you, Ms. McKnight.
That was it from us, Mr. Bryce.
Okay, all right. So the respondent is resting. Okay, now, is there any rebuttal on the behalf
Yes,
of?
I only have one rebuttal witness to authenticate the report I handed the board.
Okay, all right. You may go to the days and get that done.
Okay, it'll be quick, I promise. Sergeant.
We lost Mr. Daniels. I don't know if he's coming back in. Too much crap up here. Where'd that go? Here it is.
Oh. It was compelling the way you took it when you were sliding through.
Oh, if you want to see it on my computer, I can.
Yeah. Will it take a long time?
I don't want to spend a lot of time
No,
with it.
no.
If it's
Okay.
technology,
You can just
we're okay with
verbally-
paper.
You could just verbally say.
Paper is good with us.
Yeah.
Okay. Can someone stick their head out and see if Mr. Daniels is coming in? There he is. All right, here we go.
I was going to object to that report because.
Oh, you were saying, okay.
Well, hold on, get it, Mr. Daniels, get in front of the microphone.
I don't want to lay alone deliver with this, but that wasn't even in our entry, this rebuttal. They gave us this booklet, and now we got a new report that all of a sudden appears to try to offer something else when we're here on trespasses, not drug sales. So I just want to say, whatever
So
this
you're
is
objecting
reported,
it's untimely, or-
I'm objecting to the substance of this. For what the matter we're here for, and what they're trying to
Not
present.
relevant to the matter?
It's not. But you'll see. It just talks about a whole bunch of other
Okay.
things.
Well,
But go ahead.
under the Florida rules of evidence, impeachment evidence can be brought in without prior discovery. I know that Florida rules of
I'm
evidence
gonna go and
don't
allow
apply.
it, so
Okay.
let's get through it.
I thought we was going to do the rules of evidence because I know them by heart, and we
Okay,
can start
okay, well,
talking
all
about
right, so
rebuttal
hold
and all
on
this.
then,
But
all right. Well, so what- you got
but I will
saying-
not. You've accepted them, but what this purports to show what?
Well, I haven't accepted anything yet. She's gonna put a witness on first.
Okay, with
So I guess what
I can ask questions of the witness, right?
Absolutely. This is, I think they're calling this as a rebuttal witness.
To authenticate the impeachment evidence.
Right, I got you, I understand. So, in these hearings, there's no witness list, so it's not like she wasn't listed or is listed, so it's just a rebuttal. I'm assuming it's to rebut Mr. Saeed's testimony about how many trespass calls there were. Right, I think that's where they're going with that.
Yeah, he alleged that he called 100 times whenever there was a trespasser. He gave the board,
I know she did, I know.
If we don't state the record, let's be fair, right?
Okay.
He said he would call 100%. He didn't say he called 100 times.
100%.
I remember his
I said
testimony.
100%. He said 100% of the time he called when there's a trespasser. Then he gave the board an estimate of 20 to 30 trespassers. So that's why I'm just here. 2050.
Believe it or not, I think I'm paying attention, or I hope the board's also paying attention, so we don't need to be, explaining to you what we're going on. So I'm gonna allow the city assistant attorney here, Ms. Diaz, to put the rebuttal witness on to lay the predicate to introduce this log, and then we'll all ask questions about it, Mr. Daniels, before we decide whether we're gonna allow it in as evidence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed.
Go ahead and state your name for the record.
My name's Sergeant Shauna Conley. I work for the Daytona Beach Police Department. I'm the code liaison.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
report in question, are you familiar with it?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you put it together?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you put it together?
I put this list together by going through what's called our CAD system. It keeps a log of all our calls. I ran the calls from February 2nd of 2024 to all the way to January 1st of 2025. Specifically for the address of J Foods, which is the 600 North Ridgewood address. And I actually verified every call that's logged in there actually either originated from J Foods or actually was called reference to J Foods. So if an officer used it as a landmark for a traffic stop, subject stop, or someone had an incident on North Street but went over to J Food to call, I took all those calls out. It was not relevant. These are only the calls that occurred on the property or came from that specific property.
So this information, this is public record, the police reports and so
Yes.
forth? Okay.
Anyone can make a request of those call logs.
So I could have gone to public records and put together this report. It's public record.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you walk us through any significant findings that you found from this report?
So during the period of time from, again, February 2nd, 2024 to January 1st of 2025, I discovered that 199 calls were actually originated from that property. And from that property...
Oh, I have it here.
Thank you. 18 calls were initiated by citizens, anyone that calling in referenced the property. 27 were initiated by either security or employees of the J Food store itself, and 154 of those calls were initiated by law enforcement.
Of the 27, how many were trespasses?
15.
That were initiated by either the employees or security company, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you, in the report, I know that everyone has it, but just for expediency, where did you see the most calls? Was it consistent? Was it sporadic? When did you see the most uptick in?
So to kind of help make it easier to kind of see, I also color coded the call log. All the blue calls are actually initiated by law enforcement. All the yellow calls were initiated by the property or an employee or security. And then all of the plain white calls are actually by the citizens themselves. If you have a chance to look over the call log, you'll see that there was a couple calls in the beginning, but then security started calling more in May, and there was an uptick in activity from the property itself calling in different call types. But as time went on, those calls slowly to die out to where the last few weeks of activity is just law enforcement related.
Can you tell me, in May, what happened that was significant that might have initiated these uptick in calls?
I believe that was the time that Miss Pickett,
yeah.
the security officer, Miss Pickett, started. And a lot of the calls that I noticed when I went through the call logs to see who called in, she was the one initiating those calls. And like I said, there's a period of time where there's several that are made back to back to back from the company, but it does eventually die out.
I'm not, I hate to put you on the spot here, but of the 15 calls, do you have a, estimate of how many, or do you know offhand, actually, don't give me an estimate, do you know offhand how many were Ms. Pickett?
No, ma'am.
Okay. But it's public record.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. I'll open it to the board and Mr. Daniels. Thank you.
Looking at it, looking at the calls from law enforcement, 71 were extra patrols. What is that?
Anytime that an officer has the ability to go by a property to either sit, check on it, write a report, they actually intentionally go to a location to patrol it. So as we patrol as officers, we do drive around, and that can technically be considered a patrol, but an actual extra patrol is where an officer will go to that property and pay that specific property attention.
All right. So you went there to see if something, just a cop goes there to see if anything's going on or something?
It can. It could also just to be to develop a relationship with the business. It can be to deter crime. Like I said, sometimes it could also be where they're report writing, and that's just an area where they were at the time that they're there.
Right, so that's not indicative of any problem at Jay's Food Store. That's just 71 times that the police officers pulled into the parking lot for possibly no reason.
It's possible. We do try to do extra patrols in the area that do require a little more of our attention as a way to deter nefarious activity.
But are you trying to hold that against Jay's Food Store?
No.
No, the purpose
no.
was the trespass. That was just categorized. The purpose was the 27 calls and the 15.
Okay, so all you're trying to, okay, so I don't need to worry about all those?
Yeah,
Okay.
those are just numbers, 'cause, you know, she went over, you know,
Okay,
beyond.
all right,
She was
I
a
thought
great
you were trying to say this
investigator.
was all their fault or
It was
something.
just-
I
No,
apologize.
no, sir, not at all. It was
Okay.
just showing a
So
a
what-
history of the area.
It does mention drug incidents that happened there, but again, the purpose was the 27 and the 15 trespasses.
All right. So, Mr. Said's testimony was like, didn't he say like 20 calls or something like
He
that?
said 20 to 30.
And so it's 27, so that's consistent with his testimony.
I thought he said as much as 50, but I may be
Yeah,
remembering
you
it
jump-
wrong. I'm
you
just, it's
jump
okay.
around.
It's
I just want to
numbers.
understand what I just
Yes.
understand what this is trying to establish. So 18 initiated by citizens, whoever wants to call from a payphone or cell phone, I guess. 27 by either Mr. Said or his security people. And then the 154, we're not really focusing on because it's various.
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
correct.
all right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, okay. Okay, good. You have a question? Yeah.
Yeah,
Miss Ruby has a question.
Well, no, I just want to say, you said that only 15 of the calls were for trespassers, which is not necessarily in line with 20 to 30.
I want to clarify, only 15 of the 27. Not
Correct.
of
That's what
the-
I'm saying.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
So the purpose of an impeach is say that his testimony wasn't accurate or something? Is that?
Unprompted, I didn't ask him how many calls does he think. When he was testifying, said approximately 15 to 30, maybe it was 50, I don't recall, it's recorded, trespassers. And he also testified that 100% of the time. So if he called 100% of the time, and there was about, 20, 30, 50, these reports conflict with that statement.
As well as some of the testimony of
Okay.
Ms. Julia as well.
Okay, all right. So I want to make sure.
That's correct. Officer Pickett herself said she does not call every single time as a trespasser. That's the policy of the store, but
Okay.
that happened last
Any other questions from the board? And then I'll let Mr. Daniels. Mr. Daniels, you have any?
So Sergeant Conley, you said that there was an uptick in calls, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then there was a downturn in the calls, right?
Starting from May, yes, sir.
So is it fair to say that the security guards started doing their job, getting the people off the property?
I can't attest to that, sir. I can only attest to the call log.
Okay, so we've arrested 17 people that y'all say repeatedly come on the property. Then isn't it fair to say they're not wasting the police officers' time anymore, right?
I'm sorry?
It's fair to say the security guards didn't waste y'all time by coming there if we gotten rid of these people.
irrelevant. That wasn't the purpose of the
Could
trespass.
you open this up now? I want to go
Yeah,
back
good.
to.
Let him ask those questions. Go ahead.
I want to go back to historical since we did that. You've been with the police station how many years now?
Almost 13 years, sir.
Okay, so do you recall the last time y'all issued a book that they had like 600 or something calls from the J store? Do you recall that? The chief presented.
Not relevant to this proceeding. That's a user fee issue. I don't know.
Well, we charged them for that. Now they're not calling, and y'all saying they not call. You know, I say that for argument.
Let me
I'll say that for argument.
clarification.
I'll say that for argument. I apologize.
Okay,
That'll
all
be
right.
in the end.
Well, he's withdrawing his question, so we don't need a response. Okay,
Just wanted
Say that for
to
the end.
clarify.
okay. All right, so, is the city looking to introduce this report with this backup information?
Well, this is public record. This was just organized into this report. Yes, we looked at entering.
just testify, I mean, her testimony is sufficient too, so.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we'd like to introduce it
Want to introduce the report?
as part of the record.
I would object it on the record to the relevance.
It was a delayed objection. but-
All right, I'm gonna accept this as evidence, for whatever purpose it or whatever approves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, all right. In other words, the board will give it whatever weight we think is due from that standpoint. So admissibility, I think they laid their predicate. Pardon me?
Yes, that's the same report.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Chair, if it's being introduced, can we get some clarity on some of the reasons? So like SHOP, S-H-O-P, what does that mean?
They're shoplifting.
Okay, and then fight is a fight,
Yes, sir.
and disturbance, D-I-S-T, that's disturbance?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I understand what these mean.
And
BLS 3?
that's a medical call. Next to it, you'll actually see, so in the first box, you'll actually see the POPA, I'm sorry, it's what we call a POPA number, a P number. It's a call log. It's ran, every call in Volusia County is issued a very specific number reference to that specific incident. So next to that, you'll see the priority. It's what's issued by our CAD system. Obviously, like someone being shot is an emergency. House structure fire is a type 1 emergency. And then it kind of goes down from there. We have 5 categories total, where category 5 is our least, like a lost phone, not very high on the hierarchy of calls. Then next to that is the call type, and then the district. DBE stands for District 2, Daytona Beach East. And then 2 boxes over, you'll see where it starts saying like 3K94. Well, that's our K9 unit. That if you see anything in there where it says DBFD or EVAC, which used to stand for our medical services, that represents calls that for them that was included in this log.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, anything more from this witness? Thank you, Ms. Connolly.
Thank you.
All right, so I think we're at the point where we're gonna have closing statements from both sides, so I'll accept one person from the city to make a closing, and then Mr. Daniels to make the closing for them, but we're not gonna tag team the closing from the city standpoint, so whoever wants to make it, whether it's Mr. Sergeant Blowers, Mr. Jackson, or Ms. Diaz. All right, Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Chair and members of the board, I guess I need to start by reminding us why we're here. There was a finding that this property is a nuisance property. That was done in February of 2024. And from that finding, you all entered an order for that nuisance to be abated. So you were very specific in your order on the things that you wanted. In fact, there were discussions made by the board on certain issues, such as we talked repeatedly about security. There was at one point some question of whether it needed to be police services, special detail versus, or at least on a couple of days, and how long it should be. We understood it to be costly. But in any sense, these were matters that was put forth by the board with the goal and the desire to see that this nuisance be abated. Now, when we addressed the nuisance, we knew then and we know now that it wasn't just because of this one event, but that there's a whole history that's associated with this property. And whether you actually said it or not, there was a clear understanding that these were serious matters to abate or stop nuisance that seems to be periodically occurring again and again. So the standard order, which is the standard order in the statute, standard order in our code, and the initial portion of the order starts with giving the decision of the board, which is noted, and then it gives 1 and 2. Respondents jointly and severally are hereby prohibited from maintaining the nuisance on the property. And then it says in number 2, respondents jointly and severally are hereby prohibited from allowing the conduct, operational, or maintenance of any business or activity on the property which is conducive of such nuisance. Well, what was such nuisance? Well, such nuisance in this situation, at least on the basis of the findings of the board, was that there were, this is pursuant to Chapter 893.138 of the Florida statutes, which gives specific things that are defined as nuisances, not as a big general, but specific. And this one was specific to sales and possession of narcotics. And so such nuisance would be things that very well may contribute to or and somehow impact this continuation of this kind of conduct. So the order goes on to say, in furtherance of paragraph 1 and 2 above, the board orders the following, and it starts, and the board talked about, considered, and expressed what was being ordered. 1, it ordered that the respondent shall provide a security guard from a reputable security company during all open business hours, commencing no later than February 12th, 2024. Well, we all know by the testimony that whether it was a reputable security company or not, we didn't have a reputable security guard. The first opportunity was in 2014, and that wasn't sufficient. But then we end up with security that were convicted felons as being security that was provided to solve felony conduct on property. The security company says, oh, that's okay because they're still under probation with the Department of Agriculture, and so I can put them out there as the security. I would submit to you that, 1, it's not in compliance, their actions were not in compliance with the order, but in addition to that, that action is conducive to the nuisance that they were trying to prohibit and not bringing us anywhere close to abating what the whole purpose of the order, the whole purpose of the proceeding. Then it goes on and says that the respondent are prohibited from selling paraphernalia and that's commonly used for narcotics, such as Ziploc bags smaller than snack size, roses or pens, shaped glass or metal objects commonly used for smoking crack, cocaine, weight scales, chorborg, copper scrubbers. And of course, the clear effort was the things that are common to drug use. That was the intent, the effort of the board. Someone saying, if it was papers, well, we didn't say papers specifically, but it was pretty clear to the board that its intent was to things that would be, may in somehow or another be conducive to the conduct. And so the city presents evidence, officers, of products that we'd have to agree and that they're not unlawful. They're borderline. There was consideration by the legislature, but they're not unlawful by the AG, I'm sorry, but they're not unlawful. But the way that they were being displayed, the way that they were being sold from the perspective of the officers, from the testimony that you heard, was unlawful. And again, we felt may contribute to being conducive to the nuisance. Then it goes on to say respondents shall keep the store windows unobstructed to allow a clear view inside and outside of the store, commencing no later than February 12th, 2024. You've heard testimony, there was some perspective that it was so that that the police can see inside. But it's clear what the purpose was. You expressed it in your order, so that for the business, that it provided a clear view for them to be the participant in abating a nuisance that they had on their property. You've heard much testimony about law enforcement coming and law enforcement harassing and law enforcement showing up. But what you also heard is a whole bunch of testimony that said law enforcement was doing everything they can to abate a nuisance on a property where an owner was supposed to be taking these actions based on the findings of this board. The owner testifies at will that he could put signs up. He put them over here so he felt he had enough ability to see. You heard testimony of security that said, well, we stayed inside and looked at the cameras, but I didn't really have to be out there to try and abate or be out there with these problems, this nuisance. You heard testimony from the security that said that I knew people who were a problem, like the nice lady who both times said she was arrested for trespassing, knew she was supposed to be trespassed, and found with either narcotics or if not narcotics, the contraband, that's the type of contraband we described, and was on the property. The number D said respondents shall maintain exterior lighting, and we said they did that. And because they had lighting, they should have been able to see, and they should have been able to intervene. But there was not a whole lot of, the intervention primarily came from police. Respondents shall maintain registration and compliance with the Daytona Beach Police Department's Business Trespass Initiative Program. There was criticism that the police came all the time. Well, this was a special property. This is property that for over 20 years, it's been some testimony that it's been dealing with or being presented as a nuisance property. And what I've provided to you is over the last, going back as far as 2002, that there were nuisance abatement hearings regarding this property on similar type situations. Most recently, prior to our or the board's February 2024 was 2017. This wasn't a new thing to the business. This was something that even this owner knew these issues existed. It was published, and it's required by law that it be recorded into the county records, so that there's constructive notice to anyone who owns or possesses or has anything to do with this property, that it's a nuisance property. And so the standard was not a simple, oh, I'll try and see what I can do, but abate this nuisance, stop this reoccurring nuisance that we've been experiencing for many years. So the business initiative program says that, okay, police can come in and help them. And the police did, because if it was going to be done, it appeared that the police were the ones that had to do it. But at the same time, the order, the responsibility, the duty was of the ownership. And the question is left that when the order steps away or the police steps away, then what happens on this property? Here an owner complained of having paid $70,000 in security, and at least implied, at least it, from my perspective, implied that was maybe not what's necessary. Well, we know what happens without it because we've had a history of it reoccurring again and again. Says respondents shall upgrade the security cameras to allow continuous feed without interruption, and again, we feel that they did that, or at least sufficient for our officer who testified. And then, of course, lastly, the statute provides for allowing the board to assess. In other words, it's somewhat of, it's a fair assessment, but somewhat of a penalty, right? Assess the cost that it takes having to come put a board together and having to have these proceedings. And this board did assess. They imposed a reasonable cost of $5,000 for reasonable attorney's fees, investigative costs, and the cost of providing the hearing on this public nuisance. Clearly, the intent of the statute is this should be a reoccurring problem for the citizens, should be a problem for the owner to resolve, both in cost, both in will, both in way. I submit to you that the owner has not done their part. They have not continued and pressed to abate this nuisance. This nuisance is waiting to spring back to where it springs back every time that the order ends. And the effort requires some individual to come forward and say, we're not going to have this. We can't allow this. The security says, well, I just want to be nice, so I don't go every time and stop. We didn't ask you to be nice. We asked you to abate a nuisance. It was a real clear request. Abate this nuisance. Stop this nuisance from occurring. It's affecting the public. It's affecting the citizens of our city. And it's taking a toll even on the constant use of law enforcement. Stop it. I submit to you they hadn't stopped it. They're in violation of the order, and reasonable sanctions should come forth from this violation. I presume, unlike normal court, I'm not going to have an opportunity to rebut, so I guess I better get everything out now. I don't know, Mr.
Okay, yeah,
Chair.
we're gonna run out of time, so. You know,
So let me just take a
anticipate
quick
it's gonna be
glance.
4 hours, okay.
Understand. So I'm just take a quick glance. I think y'all are the ones who review and consider facts. Y'all have heard the testimony. You've heard what's been said by these witnesses, and you understand the role and the goal of nuisance abatement. It's to stop the nuisance from occurring, continuously occurring, reoccurring, and there's sanctions and there's penalties when that's not being adequately done. There's maybe one or two things that I want to point out here and then I should be done. I don't think I need to say much about having convicted felons on a property to represent, well, you know what, I already said it, I won't say it again. I think you've already heard it. So let's see what else, whatever other nice note that I have before I sit down. And don't get me wrong, I'm not being negative as to the company. I just don't think the company's effort, and when I say the company, the security company, the effort was sufficient to accomplish what was intended by this board. And the job to say it's not enough should have come from the owner. And even every time that the owner says, I fixed it, he fixed it after police came and said, I found it. So if police didn't come and say, we found a problem, then there's no indication that there was ever a problem, even though those were spot checks when we found a problem. He didn't say, I was already working on it. Oh, I realized that when I sent this guy home, I needed to have security present. No, when you told me, then I realized I needed to have security present. He didn't say, oh, when you found this guy sleeping, what does the security say? Oh, well, the officer should just wake him up. Well, no, we want to know that you have adequate security. You deal with the fact that you have a person sleeping here. And then what's the owner say? Well, he had good reason to sleep. He had this circumstance, which is clearly hearsay. I don't know how much fact we can give to, but nevertheless, he had these circumstances, and that should be good enough. But what we need is someone who's going to say, we can't have this on the property. You got to move on. I know there's some question about, but I think the videos were clear as to the placement. A true view of the property says that you have a store, you have a sidewalk, you have parking, and Officer Huckabee pointed out numerous times that these circumstances, especially the ones that are related to people who happen to have some element of narcotics, was in the parking, near where the parking of the vehicles, not out in the center of the empty areas of the business parking lot, not in the areas where, presumably maybe someone was side cutting or crossing. In fact, we have our one guy, if we say he was side cutting, he was sitting right in the middle with broad daylight with his wheelchair and lighting up. But the other ones were right at the door, right at the front of the business, right in the place where someone who should see and should intervene apparently didn't until officers came along.
Mr. Jackson,
I'm about to wrap it.
I gotta go to the
2
restroom
minutes.
myself.
I'm
So,
sorry. Okay.
I'm not coming back now between now and the 5th or whatever is the 15th. And I'm leaving at about 4:45.
Okay.
So you guys are gonna run yourself out of jurisdiction if we can't just move on. So I'm gonna take a bathroom break and come back to us and tell us what you're looking for today.
Okay.
If I give you 5 minutes to tell us what you're looking for. I understand your point, I don't mean to cut you off, but I think we understand what the city's proven violation was. But I don't want you guys are running yourself out of time, and I'm not coming back between now and the 15th, whatever it is, and we'll be out of jurisdiction, so. Can we take a bathroom break?
Yeah,
And then-
I'm fine with
I'm
that.
not cutting
And
you off, I'm letting you come back in 5 minutes, and then,
yeah, these were low nickel dimes. I'm okay with that, and we can move forward with presenting as soon as we come back. I do have a
yeah, just let me
list
know
from
what
my
you're looking
officers.
for today.
Certainly.
All right, great, thank you. I just don't want you guys running yourself out of time.
I truly understand and don't have any
Thank
problem
you.
with that, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Daniels has entitled his time, and the board still has to deliberate.
Yes,
So I sort of hoping you give us some guidance as to what the city's looking for.
absolutely. If I can just, I'd promised to come to one thing
Yeah.
in closing. I just wanted to do it, and that was that user fee question. We had a user fee that we had imposed in the past, and we've had this J's before the city on a user fee where a fee was charged for the number of calls. So I wanted to speak to that because I know Mr. Daniels had brought that up. We don't do that anymore. We resolved the one that we did have through an appeals process where it was handled, but that's something of now several years past for the city. We don't do it anymore. We just don't do the user fee. So just clarification, I heard Mr. Daniels said that that's the reason he didn't call. Well, anyone would have clarified that to him if they had any question about the possibility of some kind of fee for making calls. Now, as to the question of what we're requesting, I believe it was placed in the manual as well. What the police department would like to see happen is several things. One is that, and it's not going to be in any particular order. It's not going to be in the order they have written here, but we would ask that an additional $5,000 be imposed for this proceeding. The fact that we had to come back, we had to have another hearing, we had to try and resolve this abatement if indeed the board makes those findings. We ask that the respondent immediately perform background checks on all of its employees through the FDLE website, and that they not hire or employ or contract with people who have been convicted of violent felony offenses, drug offenses, or crimes involving dishonesty. We recommend that the board order all monies owed to be brought current, or at a minimum, a payment plan be set up within 30 days of the conclusion of this hearing. And that may be modified by the next, last couple of things I say. We recommend that the J Food Store be penalized for refusing to comply with the board's sanctions by being closed for business for a term of no less than 30 days. And this would also provide a reasonable time for them to frame a way in which they can continue and maintain compliance that would aid in not having this nuisance return. In other words, make this abatement and final. And would ask that, we request that the board extend its jurisdiction until February 28th of 2026 to allow for these various things requested to occur. So that would be the request of the police department. Is there anything else? And that appears to be our complete request.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, Mr. Daniels.
All right, first of all, just want to thank y'all for y'all time. I am the chairman of the Housing Authority Board, so I understand that this is a voluntary position. So thank y'all for taking the time out to come and hear us out here. We've heard a lot of testimony over the last two times we're here. But the one thing that was not and has not been stipulated is whether trespassing is a violation of the nuisance statute. Again, I ask you all to look at the statute, look at it, and see what it says. It talks about drug sales. It talks about prostitution. It talks about 2 or more occasions in a 6-month period. Not one of those outline things from my statute from the state of Florida talks about trespass being a nuisance. It doesn't say that. And I stipulate to y'all that we're here on trespasses, okay? And so that in and of itself is why the board shouldn't want to even exert authority over him, because they presented only trespass situations and said he failed in that. All right. Mr. Jackson kindly went over each one of the stipulations, and I'm happy that he did, because he had to admit that most of all the conditions that y'all said were met, other than, to me, the $5,000. Nobody testified that the reason we were initially here happened again. You weren't on the board yet, but if you look back as what every one of them, and I love the evidence because it helps us, helps you all. Nobody said that we got to sell the drugs on that property this time. That was the main concern. It was 11 of them, I believe. Not one time. If security looked at it from inside, or if they stood outside, we didn't have one sale of drugs this time. We did not have one loose cigarette sold. We did not sell any, and I'm saying we, the J store, who I represent, did not have any of those happen. Mr. Rice himself said, you know, when y'all get security, I guess you want them to move them from one side to the other side, right? And that's what we doing. You're moving people from one place to the other. And that's why the security guards were out there, keeping people off the property. I asked you all as a board, have any of you rolled by the J store recently? If they pull up their pictures for you all again, you will see an empty lot. 2024, when we were here, 2023, we saw people in the lot. We saw cars in the lot. We saw migration in the lot, right? But now, with their same pictures, their evidence has shown you a change. There's nobody in that picture. There's nobody in the lot that showed Mr. Saeed's car. They're telling you that people are, the abatement has not been lifted. And I stipulate that their evidence, when y'all look at the book I got now, it shows the empty lot. Doesn't show people walking around. Doesn't show these wheelchair people. Doesn't show any of that. So the reasons why we were here before have been abated. Now we want to create a new abatement, a new issue, something that's not in the statute. And that is not correct for this company. The police come in, and as I read from the abatement board in Orlando, we want to help. Nobody said they helped. Everything was done to hurt. Everything that was seen, or everything that was said, became a report. And let's use it against them. Let's use it against them. Nobody said, hey, you need to put a sign up. You know, it says 21 and older. Nope, call the Department of Revenue and say, call the Department of Agriculture and say, oh, they don't have that. So when you say that they came and wanted to aid them, they didn't. They came in and tried to get you all back to put more responsibility on Mr. Saeed and the J store. That's what this has been about. We couldn't get them on these drug deals. We couldn't get them on all these other things that brought us here. Couldn't get them, so let's create something new. Nobody talked about trespassers last time. Wasn't even a problem. But that's all we heard for 2 straight days at a reputable company. Now, I gave y'all the dictionary reputable, and the word reputable is going to be arguable, okay? It's going to be arguable in court. It's a word that, as a person on y'all board, somebody got in trouble as an attorney. They still have a company. That person is still considered reputable because they still have their license. This company that y'all continue to listen and hear about, the Department of Agriculture came to them and they still have their license. As far as I'm concerned, they're a reputable business because if they were not, the state would take their license. If I mess up in this hearing, the state of Florida would come and take my license. So I'm telling you that when you talk about reputable, that is a very arguable word because the state is the licensing bureau, not me, not them, not the police. And you all have to make that decision, but still a word that is arguable at best. Now, when you have, if you did go to the store, the pictures they show most of the windows gone, and the sign was taken down. So in violation of y'all board's order, he took the sign down. So if you are punished and somebody says, don't do that, and then somebody goes and said, I guess you could say like what I wrote down, if I went to my mom and I ask for permission, and then I do something and ask my dad. I've done both of them, and now I'm gonna be punished thoroughly. If they tell you to take the sign down, you do. Why do you come and try to say, hey, they got a sign up now? You comply with their request, and then they still come and try to stick you with them again. And that's what I said. This has been a sword and shield thing. Now, I mentioned those hours, and I'll go ahead and clarify what I was saying. In 2023, we came here. Before, in 2017, they issued us a citation booklet for all of these calls, many calls, and it was a fee attached to it. Now you have less, well, it was 600 calls, I'm almost sure it on my oath. And now we only had like 200. So there's been a change in the J store. And there's no, and even if they didn't stipulate a fee, if you remember that board, you all remember that they wanted money for that. And so there's been a significant change. There's been a change at the store. There's no sales, there's no alcohol, there's none of these things. There's never been prostitution alleged, but if it happens, it didn't happen on that site. So now, I'm asking you all to see what this was, and this was just something to continue to keep you all on top of the J store. And nothing, and when y'all read it, I hope y'all do, y'all will see that Mr. Saeed complied with every order except, and I will say, he didn't give y'all $5,000 yet. But in terms of that, the police raided Mr. Saeed, and this is not in the booklet, but I'll testify to it because it's a fact. And when they went in for the loose cigarette sales, they took all of his income. They took all of money
Object
out.
to it, and I know it's your argument, I'm sorry, but
And
it's
he
testimony.
We can't testify.
Okay, but I
Term of art.
But I did it though, and he knows on the oath.
You can't testify.
I'm not gonna
You know,
testify
you know,
to it, but
under oath, you know,
all
so-
right, but okay, I am.
I thought it was just a term of art, but go ahead.
But there was a stipulation that he paid that money to the state, to the city of Daytona Beach. Nobody's commended him for that. He paid $5,000 to the city of Daytona Beach, but nobody mentioned that. So I'll go ahead and make that a point of reference too. And he still needs to pay $5,000 to this board. But he gave the city of Daytona Beach Police Department $5,000 last year. Yeah, he did. And so just want y'all to understand that some things have not been disclosed. And so I'll fully disclose. Yeah, he knows.
Last year?
Yeah, Mr. Blower, how much money did y'all get from Mr. Saeed?
I'm not aware of the amount, sir.
We're
The
here for
chief
the.
not here?
it's
Okay.
irrelevant.
But he gave $5,000 because I did it. You know what I'm saying? And I actually have it, but that's off the
I don't
note.
understand.
And just also for clarification, just
It was
so
more
I'm not saying-
clarification. It was a $5,000 fine that we gave to the Daytona Beach Police Department last year as well.
Was it from the
For what?
2017?
From them raiding the store. Remember when we had the loose cigarette sales?
Okay, so nothing to do with us.
Right. Nope.
Okay,
But I'm saying,
okay,
so
all right, okay,
well, he's
all right.
willing to pay, and so that's
Good enough,
everything
okay.
he's not done except he needs to pay the $5,000.
Okay,
But he
okay.
stayed the course with everything else that this boy asked him to do, and I'll stand on that. So,
Okay.
that's all.
Okay. Okay. Some of our board members are new. I know Mr. Jackson. You know, this is the point where the board decides, deliberates, you know, whether there's been a violation of our order, and if there's a violation, what sanctions, if any, need to be imposed. So, if you recall, at the outset, Mr. Simpson had taken Sergeant Blowers through. Does everybody have an order? It'd probably be a good idea for you to get the order. It's right there in tab number 1. Just to go back to our order to see where what it is we ordered and whether they complied with it. It's in tab number 1. It just says, it's called order. It's after Sergeant Blowers, whatever that is, memorandum. Everyone find that? Okay. All right. And I think they went through that. Sergeant Blowers indicated under decision number 1 that they're not alleging a violation of that. That is that maintaining the nuisance. 2, they said that there was a violation of 2, which is jointly and severally prohibited from allowing the conduct, operation, or maintenance of any business or activity on the property which is conducive to such nuisance. So activities that are conducive to the nuisance. Then 3A, I believe they were saying that they had violated that they didn't provide a security guard from a reputable security company. 3B, I think they conceded there were no violations of 3B. 3C, they said there was a violation about keeping the windows unobstructed. 3D, there were no violations of 3D, no violations of 3E, no violations of 3F. So those are the things. So it's basically, if I remember correctly, it's
The payment.
two, and the payment, I'm sorry. Yeah, where's the payment there? Is that near the end?
Number 5.
5, I apologize. Thanks, 5. Thank you. Right, so it's 2, 3A, 3C, and 5 is what we're looking at. And I just want to make a statement briefly with regard to the closure. I don't know if I'm assuming the board is familiar with the area, and it's pretty much like 90% closed businesses in that stretch there, you know. So the question is whether we want another closed business. Also the question is if you close the business, is that gonna stop all the cockroaches cutting through the property? And, you know what I mean? I looked at the arrest reports. 100% of the people that are arrested there listed their address at 500 Bill France Boulevard, which is the post office. So 100% of the people arrested or involved here were homeless people. So I don't know where they're going to go. I guess they'll just. Anyways, my question is closure going to stop those same people from cutting through the lot? At any rate, so but that's just my overall concept of the area is it is Daytona Beach's Skid Row. And the question is how much is Jay's causing and how much is it just indicative of the area. But anyways, so that's overview. But so I'm going to tell you what my thoughts are, and then I'm going to open it up for the board to tell you, because your thoughts yes, Ms. Ruby.
I just want to get a question of clarity for myself.
Sure.
When they said extend the jurisdiction, that would mean extending the jurisdiction from the 2023 decision, correct?
From the
The
2024
decision,
yeah. Yes.
correct? Okay.
And there's a legal issue on that. So the question is whether this board has the jurisdiction to do that.
Okay.
But that's what they're asking for. And I understand Mr. Jackson may be aware that that's an issue here, but the question is whether we have the authority to do that.
But that's what the city is asking, and then to add the additional of the background checks.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Correct. Okay. All right, so briefly, I'm just going to start, since I've done it before, I'm going to start with my comments on it, then I'm going to open it up, and I only have one vote like everybody else has. So I'm the chair, so I get to be a big mouth, but basically I want to sort of tell you what my thought is, and then I'm going to open up to you. And again, I'm only one of 5 here, and I only have 1 of 5 votes. In fact, I can't initiate any motion, so one of you will have to initiate a motion as to what we're going to do here today. Okay? All right. So on 2, you know, I find there's probably technical violations of that. That's sort of a legal term of art. Technical means that was it substantive or meaningful violations? Probably not. The trespasses aren't overly relevant in the sense that we didn't prohibit them from trespassing people on their property, from allowing people to trespass on their property. We asked them to participate in the trespass arrest site program, and they did. But the trespassing, or not trespassing people on the property, is sort of conducive to the nuisance in the sense that it allowed those bad actors, if you will, back on the property, and you know, some of them who were arrested, a couple of them had either fentanyl or cocaine in their possession. So my opinion is the store was in substantial compliance with paragraph 2. That's a legal term of art. Are you in exact compliance or substantial compliance? I think they were in substantial compliance, notwithstanding the fact that the trespass violations, which I think are technical violations of that. 3A, again, I think they were in substantial compliance with the order. I looked through everything this morning. I read every police report and every and Sergeant Blowers. It appears early on they got off to a rough start. 2 of the 4 encounters where there's no security guards were within the first 10 days, and that's where the 2 individuals didn't have licenses. But I'm hearing that when Mr. Syed found about it, he closed the store until they got somebody else on the property. So, you know, it sounded like he did what he needed to do. And then there's 2 other incidences. One where the gentleman was sleeping in the car, and he was fired by the. Of course, the other 2 guys were fired too. Fired by the insurance security company. And then another time they came by and there's no one there, and evidently, supposedly, according to the testimony, the guy had COVID and threw up in the store, and they got rid of him. So I think there's 4 violations in 11 months on the security requirement. Were those violations? Technically, those were violations. Again, did they I mean, if that's only 4 incidents in 11 months, was there substantial compliance? I think there was substantial compliance with the order there. 3C, the windows unobstructed. I only heard like about, I think, 2 or 3 times. One time there's advertising some subs, and they took it down. And the other time was advertising a free shelter or feeding thing for a local church or something, and he took it down. So technically, were those violations? Yeah, technically there were violations. Although, I don't know, it says unobstructed to allow a clear view. I guess what the respondent was saying was he put it to the far north side. By the way, the door is on the south side, I guess, and put it to the far north side. But anyways, technically violations. Did he substantially comply? I think they did. And then the $5,000 he clearly didn't pay. And then getting back, I had sort of done a little summary. I went through all the police reports as to the violations, and there was 7 trespass arrests, 4 of which had no accompanying crimes. They're just people who are trespassing, they're arrested. 3 of which resulted in an arrest, a search, and they found fentanyl, and I think it was a fentanyl and a taser. They found cocaine. And so there's 3 of them that resulted in they found felony quantities of drugs on them after a search. And then there was the other one. There was a simple battery, if you remember, but that was the girlfriend throwing the beer bottle, the boyfriend. That didn't happen on the property, but the girlfriend ran back to the store to report, asked them to call the police. So I don't think that really was Jay's problem so much. And then there was the guy in the wheelchair who Officer Huckabee saw taking a hit off a pipe, smoking some fentanyl or something in the parking lot. And then the employee, we never got any clarification. They thought he was the employee, but someone behind the desk who had a bench warrant for not showing up in court in Jacksonville or something like that. So I guess the findings there is there wasn't a whole lot that went wrong in the store. It was all, I say all, it was mostly all in the parking lot. And then my question is if they get closed, then maybe some closure is necessary to get their attention. That doesn't stop any of this, because anybody can still do it in the parking lot, right? If the store's closed, they can still hang out in the parking lot and do whatever they're going to do, or at least pass through the parking lot. So I guess what I find there were technical violations of each of those items, but that there was substantial compliance. And again, that's just one man's opinion. But that's with regard to that. Should there be some sanctions? Probably. I have questions whether this board has the authority to extend anything beyond the year, though, and I'm hoping the city has brought me some legal authority to support it. But otherwise, I think our jurisdiction ends on, I guess it'd be February 5th, probably, because it's nunc-pro-tunc to February 5th. So that's just one board member's thoughts on that. So I'm going to open it up for the rest of you, whoever, I'll recognize the next person who wants to make some comments. All right, Mr. Murphy?
I think trying to hold Mr. Said responsible for what somebody has in their pocket out in the parking lot is a lot like you being held responsible for what's in my pocket. You shouldn't be. The thing about signs, I didn't have any intention of having every window blank. I mean, if you're gonna put up an 8.5 by 11 sign that says, go to this shelter, here's the number, and it's gonna be in the far north side, and the door's on the south side, I don't see a problem with that. You got 99% of the windows are uncovered. I think that's reasonable. I'll agree with the $5,000. He is not in compliance there, but we're not done yet either. That's about all I have. Oh, the security guard company, it's a company. It's the low bid, probably.
Right. Yeah.
And as far as felonies go, we got a president coming up who's gonna be a felon.
Right.
So I don't hold him responsible for that either. I mean, that's not Mr. Said at that point. He hired the company, so he picked the company. But it's not, he doesn't manage the employees of that company. And when they did find out, they did close, or they did call and got somebody there within 45 minutes to an hour. You know, I can't find anything wrong. You had 11 arrests for sale of drugs. There were no arrests for sale of drugs. You got a couple of arrests for possession, but, you know, and then because they were being trespassed. But trespassing, as he says, is not a problem. I mean, it's not illegal. So I can't see anything wrong. Now, if they take away the security guards, will we have the problem again? Probably. But you can't do anything about that either. So that's what I'm coming for.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Ms. Ruby.
Okay.
Turn on your mic.
There you go.
Okay, good. So I'm coming at it from a little different place. I think that if we can't extend jurisdiction on those sanctions, we should put them in place again, make them, re-jurisdict them, in other words. I don't know if we can do that, but I think that having all those stipulations were important, and I don't think they should go away. So if we need to reinstate them as a separate order beginning this year, then I think that's something we should consider. I think one of the things several things I'm concerned about. One is the attitude both on Mr. Said's part and the security guards' part, the security agency's part, is that the police need to come and play nice. Now, I understand that would be a great thing if there hadn't been this history, but there is the history. And this is the third time I've been on a nuisance abatement board hearing for this one store. So there seems to be a lack of willingness to comply fully and completely unless begged and asked and playing nice. So I'm a little concerned that the The security guard who's works, what does she say, 7 to 1, 7 to 3? She doesn't know who she hands it off to. She sounds regular and kind of on top of things, but she doesn't have a regular person she's sending it off, signing off to every day. And sometimes she's staying. Sometimes she's getting called in because there's an emergency. There's no coverage. So I think the parking lot, if we close this for 30 days, the parking lot may become less of a draw simply because the store isn't open. You know, I think we had it briefly at the end of the last meeting last week, we were told they don't get this volume of calls from the other stores in the area. They just don't. So what is the draw? Now, I understand that, and I have sympathy. I have sympathy for the clientele at Jay's Food Store. I have sympathy for Mr. Saeed. You're serving a distressed population. You really are. And it's a lot of how it got there, how that population rose to exist. I have a lot of sympathy for that. But I also know that the police are stretched thin in their resources. And that this store has been an ongoing site for a lot of calls and a lot of attention. And I know, you know, when I had kids, I observed that it takes 8 weeks for anything to change behavior. You bring a new baby home, 8 weeks later, the older sibling suddenly realizes the baby is staying. It takes 8 weeks to really train new behavior. And I think there needs to be some training of new behavior. If you want to put up your special for your subs, you want to be able to post church flyers, great. Make a community bulletin board inside your store. You have options. There are ways you can do it without cluttering up your window. And I think the security guard company allowing felons to work until they find out otherwise, I don't think that's necessarily a reputable company. So I have real serious doubts. You know, they may be largely in compliance, but I feel like the spirit is not really there. I don't feel like, I don't know what's going to change if we just let them get off with this and not keep the security company and not keep all these other stipulations. So I would be in favor of asking for the background checks for all employees, including the security guards. If the security guard company isn't going to do it, then somebody else should. And reinstating all those stipulations and the fine, and I would close them for 30 days. I would close them for 60 days, because that's 8 weeks. And maybe we would see changed behavior. Maybe we'd see changed behavior on the part of the people who hang out in the parking lot, who hang out in the store, and maybe we would see changed behavior on the part of Mr. Saeed, and put him more in a willing spirit to understand that the police are just trying to make the neighborhood safe. Because there is a big residential neighborhood across the street. People have owned their homes there for decades. This isn't just an isolated instance of a store in an industrial Skid Row neighborhood. You go across Ridgewood, you have a beautiful neighborhood. And those people love their homes, and they're meeting tomorrow night, So I would be in favor of extending, if not extending, reinstating all those things and closing them for 30 days and all the other stipulations. Because I think that this is, like I said, I've had 4 nuisance abatement board hearings. 3 of them have been about Jays.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ruby. Mr. Jackson or Ms. Keefe?
Kind of more of what's already been said. I did notice that the old violations were lots of sales of cocaine, and that this time it was just possession after they were searched. And obviously he doesn't know what someone has in their possession. And I did wonder, you know, if closing the store will stop the crime. I mean, then there wouldn't be the live feed of cameras into the police station or the security guards. It almost feels like maybe there'd be an empty parking lot that it could all go on. But Yes, I would be in favor of keeping all this in place, them having to do background checks of the security guards as well. And I don't know, I don't really feel like closing them for 30 days would help.
Okay, okay. Mr. Jackson.
I think as I listened to everything that was presented over our 2 sessions, I think I have to agree with Ms. Ruby. There is this sort of passive approach to the abatement, and I think that's what I'm hung up on. Even though, yes, from a technical standpoint, we can say they outright did not do 3C and, or in 3A, but overall, some of the activity that has been allowed to go on property, when we selectively choose to call the police or not call the police, the calls go up, they need to go up. You're building a case for yourself that I'm actively involved in the abatement process versus passively just having a check in the box. After the first violation with the security company, they should have been done. Maybe the second time, but then the third time. So it speaks of a mindset to me. And you're the store owner. And if your mindset is not one that is very aggressive, regardless if the board puts sanctions or the police is doing X, Y, and Z, this is your store. This is your property. And to come in here and say, I did what you asked me to do and be content with that, that's my hang up. And because of that, your store, your property becomes a breeding ground for all this activity. The drugs and all of that, they erode a neighborhood. They erode the person that's using them. And your store is a breeding ground for that. Your history is a breeding ground. Single sales, not having signs for 21, illegal alcohol sales, those type of things in that neighborhood and in your store make people know I can come here and do these things. And I can come in here and one time, maybe they'll ask me to leave, but the next time they're going to sell me what I want and they're not going to call the police on me. So because you're not firm, because you're not just as adamant about stopping what's going on your property and your storefront, we're back before this board now. As you haphazardly try to comply with what they imposed. And I think that's what I'm struggling with. If of those calls that were specific to, and I went back and I did the same thing, specific to trespassing, someone from your store called twice out of the 7. That's a low number for me in terms of there was 100 and something calls to your property. So you didn't build a case to say, I'm calling every time. The police could be mad with me. I'm putting them out every time. The security guards, my employee staff, they know we're putting them out every time. Your business practices, even with some of the people being in your store behind your food counter who are not actually employees. That's a problem for me. That's a problem for the neighborhood because those people know they can come and do and move about your property any kind of way that they want to. And before you know it, they're pulling out and they're lighting up on your property. None of those testimonies that I heard from the cops said that the individual was passing and I stopped them. They were either at your front door or stationary. And I went back and I read them myself. I did my homework. They were stationary. They weren't crossing the parking lot. They're okay and comfortable with standing in front of your store, doing whatever the legal activity they were going to get ready to do. And that's my hang up, sir, because you're the store owner. I sympathize with you as a business owner with having my business closed for any amount of time because that's our livelihood. But at the same time, this pattern will just continue if you're allowed to stay open with your particular mindset. Not the security guard that's in the parking lot. It's not his business. Yeah, he'll fall asleep. Yeah, he'll wander off. It's your responsibility to know when you're on site what those individuals were doing. You're responsible for 600 North, whatever that address is, you're responsible for it, sir. And if you had been taking more responsibility and a more proactive approach, working with those officers that are coming to your property, I think you would get a little bit more sympathy. But if your attitude is just, I'm going to comply with the minimum that you're asking me, then I think that's where you lose the sympathy. If your establishment is closed, like they talked about earlier, I think it should be a period no less than the time that it takes you to hire reputable security guards would pass background checks. And when I say pass background checks, they're not on no probation. They're not just figuring this out. The background has been passed, and they have all the credentials that they need. However long it takes him to do that, I think, because you're right. They're not carrying guns. They can't beat up people, but they can call. They can be more alert. And reputable, even in the definition, I didn't hear anything about just being licensed. You can have a license and not be reputable from the definition that was read. So that wasn't a reputable company to me. So with that being said, I think it's not about the monetary fines, and I know we got to cover court costs. It's more so about you seeing that this is serious, and you need to take more of a proactive approach. And sometimes it takes hurting the pockets by closing the store, and those people might not be hanging around because they're not getting the loose cigarettes and everything else that's on that property. Those are my thoughts.
Also, as I recall, the drug sales that happened on that property in the prior two cases, prior two hearings, those were all, I'm going to use this word and it might not be legally correct, sting operations.
Controlled buys.
Controlled buys, thank you. So I think we have to ask ourselves, they didn't do the controlled buy process this time, but do we think that they couldn't have done it? That it would have been unsuccessful to have done controlled buys. And I don't know why they didn't do it. But I think that's a question you have to ask. Just because it didn't happen, could it have happened with the lax security systems that they had in place?
Can we give a little guidance?
What's that?
Can we give a little guidance?
Sure, please.
Let me just give you a little help.
Just for the record, Scott Simpson, counsel to the board.
So, this came to you as a violation of a last February order of the board. To be a violation of the order of the board does not require proof that the conduct constitutes a public nuisance. It can be a violation of the order of the board, even though in and of itself that conduct would not be a public nuisance. For instance, not having a security guard. That would violate the order of the board, but you couldn't bring somebody here for a public nuisance because they didn't have a security guard. So that's why I was trying to narrow the focus when we first started, and I want to try to re-narrow it a little bit here. Likewise, if we were to take away the violation or the order of last February, the question I asked, would this case be brought today for a public nuisance? My opinion is no, because none of the conduct that they've alleged, the staff has presented, constitutes a public nuisance by the definition of public nuisance in state law. But as I said, that conduct does not have to be a public nuisance to be a violation of our order. What staff was arguing, I believe, is that's why they said number one really wasn't an issue, paragraph 1, but paragraph 2 is they were allowing conduct that was conducive to allow public nuisance. That seemed to be where the argument was. The other thing I want to read to you, well, what's your authority here today? You do have the authority to amend the order. That's clear in the city's code. During the time of jurisdiction, you have the authority to amend the order. Where the question comes in legally is, does the authority to amend the order include extending the jurisdiction? Doesn't say that. It actually says you have the authority to amend the order as long as jurisdiction.
Modify is what it says.
Modify, yeah. You can modify the order as long as it's done during jurisdiction. Does that mean you can extend jurisdiction? Now, I think we could have another 1-year jurisdiction clearly if they were noticed and brought before this board for not just a violation of last year's order, but new conduct that constituted a public nuisance. We make a new finding of public nuisance, that would then carry on for another year. But extending last year's order beyond for another year starts to raise a question of legally, can we do that? That's a legal question. There's not much better guidance than I can just tell you. And what I will say when I read some of the cases, these types of penal type laws are strictly construed. They're not liberally construed. When you start penalizing people and taking away business opportunity and finding people, typically these laws, from what I've read in the court cases, are strictly construed by the courts. But have I found any case dealing with, can we extend jurisdiction? No, I can't. Can't find any authority on that. But you also have the authority, like I said, you do have the authority to modify the order, and per the code, you have the authority. We levied a cost assessment last time. You didn't levy a fine. You do have the authority to levy fines, and those fines are up to $250 per day. That is something you could modify the order to make it, because we didn't say when the $5,000 had to be paid. You can modify the order to say, hey, you need to pay this by a certain date, or there will be a fine levied. Looking at the order, it says he's supposed to have security guards whenever the business is open from a reputable company. Ignore the reputable company part. You're still supposed to have security guards. I don't care where you get them from. Whenever that business is open, you're supposed to have security guards. Maybe 4 times he didn't. Could you find him for those 4 violations? I believe that's within your jurisdiction and your authority to do. Closing the business. Let me just read you. This is a book that was put together for me by the board secretary. Has a lot of the rules and laws that we govern. And they have a quote in here from a court case. It's under key case law. And it's under this moth-looking tab. I don't know what color that is. Maybe yeah, whatever that is. Pink or whatever. It's not the blue, it's not the green, it's not the yellow. A nuisance abatement board may not direct the closure of a business enterprise unless the order of the nuisance abatement board is specifically tailored to abate the public nuisance without infringing upon the conduct of the lawful enterprise. Where illegal conduct which has been deemed to constitute a public nuisance is separable from legal conduct within the business enterprise, only the illegal conduct may be enjoined. What I interpret that to mean is if you were going to close a business, you need to tailor that business, that closure, to, we need to stop the public nuisance conduct. And we need to, if possible, allow the lawful conduct to go forward. And the order needs to be tailored to stop the public nuisance conduct. So those are kind of the laws I can give you a little guidance on. I don't know if anybody has a question. Yes.
So, if you're going to impose a closure this time, it would have to be based on the 2024 jurisdiction. When does that expire?
February 5th.
February 5th.
February 4th, really.
February 4th, okay. So if you were to close that business till February 4th, that could be because it's based on the drug sales that happened as a result of the 2024 decision.
You would still be modifying the 2024 decision.
You'd still be modifying the 2024 decision.
And that would still be based on the findings of fact in that 2024 case. Yes.
Okay. All right. I mean, yeah, I've already said my piece on that. I think that there needs to be some closure here that is significant. Because I don't think the attitude, I think he said it, Mr. Jackson said it very well. I don't think there's a real heart for compliance in trying to make the neighborhood a better place. And I do think there are other businesses that are not having these issues. So.
He mentioned something about new findings. Can you go over that part? Are these considered new findings with the all of the trespass? Are we considering that new findings?
We can't do new findings in the sense of a whole new order for a whole nother year.
Okay.
They weren't properly noticed. First of all, as Mr. Simpson said, there's no sufficient evidence to make a new finding of a nuisance. There wasn't sufficient sales. We have some possessions, no sales.
Okay.
Yeah. So you couldn't find it. Plus, you weren't probably noticed that you were seeking to to find a nuisance. At least that's what I see. I read the notice, and there's nothing in there about, so, because we looked at whether you could do the new order approach versus I know the city's trying to extend jurisdiction, and I did the research too. I couldn't find any authority for jurisdiction to be extended beyond the 1 year. So I emailed board counsel a couple days ago and said, hey, Scott, I got a concern. I'm not seeing any authority for us being able to extend beyond the year. And so, and of course, I had the same prior research program he does. But so I did the research myself and couldn't find any authority for it. But then again, we haven't met the city. I mean, other than if you got some authority, other than just trying to construe the law, as whether we can do that. But anyway, so to answer your questions, the city has put on, like I said, I call them technical violations. Technically, they have violated our order. So we can modify the order and impose new sanctions. Okay, whether it be fines, penalties, closure, background checks. But it's my opinion, and I believe the board council, that's only gonna last for the next 20 days.
Right.
Okay, that's where we're, that's the conundrum. That is until February 4th, technically, right? Because it went into effect February 5th, so.
I thought it was 15th, but I'm not
But
sure.
it was
Or was it
non-pro-tunc,
Was it
yeah.
Non-pro-tunc to the 5th, so it really
Yeah.
took effect on the 5th.
All right. I'm sorry I spoke. I said I shouldn't have been getting involved in that at this
Okay,
point.
okay, no, that's right, okay. So that's, yes, ma'am. Ms.
Just as a question, could the initial jurisdiction have been like a 5-year period?
No.
1
It
year
shall
is
not exceed 1 year.
1 year. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
And that's statutory, that's not even city
Okay.
code, that's state law.
Yeah,
That's
see,
good
there's
to
an
know.
enabling statute,
Yep.
where the state statute says cities or counties, you can do this. It's called the enabling statute.
Okay.
And then pursuant to that, the city created an ordinance to carry out that enabling statute.
Okay.
But both of them say
A year.
a year.
Thank you.
Right.
I
So,
would like to be heard on that issue if I can.
very briefly, sure.
Sure, I
Yeah,
know
yeah.
what kind
Not,
of
not
stuff.
just generic stuff. If you got some case
No,
law to
no.
help us with.
Yeah, it wouldn't be just generic. I mean,
Okay.
I'll make an argument, but it's not, and I'll just hand this case to,
Mr. Daniels.
Mr. Daniels, and I know it's still on the tangent a little bit, but I think it's relevant. And I'd point to specific language, I do have a case in front of me.
I'm familiar with this case. This is the case says when it's appealed,
Yeah,
the
me too.
1 year
They told-
jurisdiction is told.
I've read this one.
Yeah.
too.
Right, so here's the, and it's not lengthy, it's short, okay?
Yeah, I printed this one out too. I've read this one, yeah.
So my short point is that, and I think it's acknowledgeable that there's nothing that in the law that says it can't be extended. It's an interpretation. The interpretation has been, clearly it says it can be modified. The modifications language has to be purposeful. That's what statutory interpretation says, right? That it has to have some purpose. And limiting that purpose to not be able to extend is not something I believe is the intent of the statute, and it's clearly not the intent of the city's code. But what I would say is that because this, let me say
The
this.
clear language says it can't exceed a year. So if you're looking for intent, I'm sorry. If you're looking for intent, the statute says it cannot exceed 1 year.
But in the same statute, it's also, I mean, in the same sentence, right? Or at such time, that's not what sentence I'm looking for.
I'll tell you what you're looking for. I read it all. You're
Well,
talking
anyway.
about paragraph 6 compared to paragraph 11. Subparagraph, under the 893-138. Paragraph 6 says shall expire after a year, and then 11 talks about the modifications.
Okay. So what it does say though is there's a difference in you know, it's an alternative argument. There's a difference between the findings and the sanctions or the penalties for the abatement of the nuisance abatement versus the penalties for violating the order. And what our code did is extend that to Chapter 162 as well as to 1-14 of the city code. 1-14 of the city code includes well, it includes the criminal sanctions, which we're not asking for, but it also recognizes the Chapter 162 sanctions that would be $1,000 per day fine as a maximum fine, as opposed to just the $250 per day fine. And that would be recognizable that these are something that's being repeated. It's not the first time. Whether or not a fair conclusion can be made that it's a repeat violation, that would be a $5,000 fine, but at the very least, it's a $1,000 fine per occurrence that's available as a maximum. And so if indeed the board is electing not to look at this as sanctionable to the point of allowing additional time or those types of things, that the board perhaps needs, I would offer to the board to look at this as a violation of the order, which is the penalties for violation of order under Chapter 62, and look at it as a 162 violation of the code, and require under our city code $1,000 maximum
right
per
now.
fine.
I don't know what part of 62 you're talking about.
Yeah, it's chapter 162.
Oh, 162.
Yeah, chapter 162. It's
I
code
don't
enforcement.
need chapter 162.
Oh, yeah, I know anything about code enforcement. Okay, right.
You're referring to chapter 162, code
Was I
enforcement?
saying 60, Chapter 162 is what we've adopted as part of the penalty sanctions.
I think he just heard 62.
Oh,
Okay, yeah, which well, 62 happens to be,
Yeah, that's our ordinance,
Yeah,
right.
that's our ordinance.
And in our ordinance, it has a penalty provision, and that penalty
Gotcha, okay.
provision
all right,
provides for 1-14 and 162
okay.
as the sanctions. I mean, I don't withdraw or back away from our argument, and I'm looking at, I'm sorry, I can tell you what that says, 62-66, subsection C. But I'm back away from the position.
Okay, there it is, okay.
I'm back away from the position that says that it's nothing that from our perspective, prohibits this board from making the decision to extend, but if the board so elects not to extend, this would be our alternative argument.
And so what are you saying this subsection C enables us to do?
It just expresses a higher.
'Cause I don't have 162 in front of me, so I don't know what it says.
Sure, it's 162, I think it's section, it's either 06 or 09, I believe it's 09, would tell you that the sanctions would be allowable up to $1,000 per day or per occurrence on the fine, or per occurrence per day fine. So it's just
I don't know if that's gonna be legitimate. I mean, the state statute says a fine can't exceed $500 per day. So how can you exceed the enabling statute?
because it also authorizes the city to be able to impose, if I believe, continuous reading. And so we have that as part of our ordinance. I mean, if there was such an absolute on prohibiting the additional jurisdiction, even when we look at it through through the appeal circumstance where they did a stay isn't automatic, a stay is granted. And so a stay is granted recognizing the willingness, at least, of a court to say, hey, you know what, we can extend this. And what, in fact, what that court said in Mesa was, it's the belief of the city that they can't extend, but they never said that they couldn't. They just said that's what they think they can't do. But it never was actually
No,
ultimately.
this opinion didn't reach that, didn't get to
Right,
that
that's what I was about to say. They
decision.
never
Right.
ultimately reached it because they went ahead and relied solely on the,
They said, hey, it
the
was
stay.
abated, yeah, right, it was abated, so they considered it, you know, we're sorry.
Not an argument, but
I don't need to hear
shepherdize
about this. I've read this opinion.
Did you shepherdize this? Because I see yellow and I see red.
Yeah, no,
And
it
I
doesn't,
know
it
I don't
doesn't,
have
it
my
doesn't help the
computer.
city anyways, Mr. Daniels, so,
Yeah,
you
but
know.
I'm just saying it's yellow and red on it. So if it's not shepardized, is it still good law?
That doesn't mean it's
Okay,
not
so
good
we
law, it
arguing
could be on
something
a
from
different
96,
issue.
And he's just introducing something from 96, and I want to put on the record that we don't know if this is good law, okay? I don't have my computer, and nobody has shepardized.
Counsel for the city is conceding that this doesn't, you know, decide the issue. The court stopped short of deciding whether it could extend or not. And just said, hey, since there was an appeal, it stayed the order, therefore the order was abated and reinstated after the appeal, but, so, different issue. So my point is, it didn't help him, okay? I think Mr. Simpson and I already had looked at that already before, but good job finding that case. That was the one case we could find that was closest to the issue.
And just that last point for clarification was that I mentioned about the authority of the city. It was under subsection 11 of chapter 62. Dash, what, 62 dash? Oh, I'm sorry, subsection 11 is under the state statute. So this is the state saying, under 893.138 subsection 11.
I got it highlighted, I got red, yellow, I do need to read that to me, yeah.
No, I'm not gonna read the whole thing, just the last sentence, because it follows, the last two sentences actually. It says, next to the last sentence says the total fines imposed pursuant to the authority of this section shall not exceed $15,000, as you stated. However, it also says nothing contained within this section prohibits a county or municipality from proceeding against a public nuisance in any other means.
Like they were talking earlier by injunction. Earlier in the statute, the code, they talk about proceeding by way of an injunction.
Interpretation.
Okay.
I accept it.
Okay.
And I, earlier in that same section, Tony, it says the fine shall not exceed $250 per day. And, you can amend it to provide for a fine up to $250 per day. And I think the $1,000 you're referring to is a chapter 162 code enforcement.
Yeah.
And y'all have a code enforcement board. It's a different board, has a different jurisdiction. This board has its jurisdiction. There's another board that's governed by that statute. I don't know that this board can piggyback that board's authority to levy the fine, especially when the statute says it won't exceed $250 per day of a penalty. But I like the argument. It's creative, good one.
So are we getting close to building what we want to do as a motion here?
Closer.
Well, where we, it all, so we have to put to bed the issue about how long you can extend this, Ruby, right? So, the opinion is that we've got 20 days, basically, whatever, we've got to the 4th of February.
Okay.
So therefore, now if you want to start building your sanctions, is that, you agree? Or?
No, that's not rude. No, I think from the more legally defensible position is that our jurisdiction is February 4th.
Correct.
It would have to take, legal argument and it may be subject to appeal to go beyond that. For us to say our authority to amend includes the authority to extend the jurisdiction. That's not clearly outlined in any case or any statutory or city code. So,
And if we don't extend the jurisdiction, then February 5th, the security company can go away, windows can get taped up all over again. I think,
The reality is, if that happens, to answer your question, and he just backslides into all the crap again, and he comes before us again, it'll probably be a permanent closure. You know what I mean?
for a year.
For a year, yeah. You know what I mean? If he comes back again, if our jurisdiction ends at the end of February 4th, and they go and build the cases against Mr. Saeed's operation again, and it comes before us again, under all the Supreme Court cases I've read, the Kespro case and all that, we're in a position to close them for a whole
For a year, okay.
And there's a separate, I think it's chapter 16, statutory process to abate a public nuisance. Separate and apart from what we're doing, there is a process through the court system that a new public nuisances can be abated as well.
Chapter 60.
60?
Yeah.
Chapter 60.
And I think that's, Tony, what they're referring to in that last, nothing contains section prohibits the county or municipality from proceeding against the public nuisance by other means.
Yes, I realize that's your interpretation. So.
Yeah, okay, all right.
So
Very
basically at this point, we're trying to decide, I think do we want to, I think maybe can we do this kind of in a couple of steps? Like, does the board have any appetite to try and do an extension? Can I make a motion that we vote on an appetite for that?
You can.
And
they open the city up to liability. I mean, if they.
Yeah, so-
and then the city has to
so,
pay
okay,
for
so-
all the security.
Right, but I mean, I think, is there anybody on the board who wants to try and extend?
You want to break
Okay.
the law to enforce the law.
Right, so, okay, so then
Too slanted of a way to put it.
let me just try and
I'm listening to you.
formulate a motion here.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to move that we impose an additional $5,000 in fees or costs or whatever we want to say.
Okay.
That he do background checks on all his employees, and that he has to pay the outstanding fine. And I don't know when we want to put dates on that by, within 30 days, 60 days, set up a payment plan. So that would be $10,000 outstanding. And then close him until February 4th. That would be my motion. And make sure that he's in compliance until, well, yes, he'd be closed, so.
I don't want to improperly impede the
Deliberations, okay.
But I did want to just ask with some clarification.
Yes, sir.
We're asking for these fines. Would the fines have to end with the jurisdictional period? I didn't research that. Or will these fines be able to run over and continue even if it's unpaid?
I think they would become a lien against the property. And they can be foreclosed upon. I think.
I remember seeing that now, and I agree with you.
And
Thank
so
you.
we'll make we put language in the order that the fines are not paid by February 4th, and they will be converted to liens. And there is provisions in either the statute or your code that says you can foreclose on those liens on the property if it's not homestead property.
Yeah, I remember seeing it. You're correct.
Right, yeah.
Thank you
Okay.
for that clarification.
Okay. Okay, so what I heard just from Ms. Ruby, this is an outline of a motion.
Right.
Is that, move to find that the property is in violation of our order of February 15th, 2024, non-proton, February 4th, 2024. And impose another $5,000 fine for the cost of all the police officers and the proceedings and whatever, but another $5,000 fine. Require background checks of all employees and all security guards. Be done by the property owner.
Yes,
I guess.
well, I guess, who else would do it?
Have to be, I guess. Pay the previous $5,000, we could say within 10 days or 15 days, the previous $5,000 that's still outstanding from our previous order. And close the business until our jurisdiction terminates on the end of February 4th, 2024. And again, if any unpaid fines would be converted to liens recorded against the property, and it'd be up to the city if they want to, how they want to collect on them. That's not really our deal.
Right.
You know? So my first question is that what I'm hearing your motion to be?
Yes.
I can't even read my own handwriting. is there any discussion of that?
Well, we need a second
Second,
first.
okay, well, is there a second for that motion?
Well, am I understanding that whatever sanctions are imposed after February 5th, 2025, they don't carry over?
Correct.
Is that
They'd be
correct?
over, yes.
Well, I would say that the fine, if you levy a cost or a fine for what's occurred during the period of time of jurisdiction, that is still owed. It's
Okay.
not, that doesn't become uncollectible,
Yes, sir.
on February 5th. As we discussed, at that point, it would convert to a lien, the city would record a lien on the property, and they could pursue their collection efforts.
See, it says we lose our jurisdiction after a year, okay? So we can't say we want a payment plan for the next year because we're without any legal authority after the 1 year period that's in the statute. So it just converts to a lien against the
Okay.
property.
And all of the stipulations about signs and security guards all goes away.
Yeah.
On February 4th, all goes away. Still need a second.
What's that?
You still need a second.
We still need a
Well, I
second.
understand.
Okay.
We got some discussion. I was see if there's,
Okay.
I mean, yeah, I'm certain Ms. Ruby's amenable to modifications of her motion at this point. Is there any discussion on anything else, or do you want to go up, get the second, and get a vote on it, and, all right.
I guess I'm still struggling to see how the issue gets solved or resolved. That's my hang up here. I'm trying to understand if we came back and met before our year was up and heard all of what's going on the property, and we're not extending past that, then what's the outcome of this, or the intended outcome, other than if we impose a fine?
Well, I can't help
And-
you, man. We're without jurisdiction, all right?
And-
That's
and-
something we can do.
I would say.
and that's,
I
I
know
just
what
want
you're
clarity
saying.
on that.
It's like,
Okay.
it's like a Pyrrhic victory,
Right.
it's
Had the issue been brought to you in July,
6 months ago.
you would then have 6 months you could amend your order, modify your order, and then that modification would have carried on for the next 6 months. And we could have ramped up, this body could have ramped up the sanctions and control to say, what we did the first time didn't work.
I see.
So we were
Okay.
gonna ramp it up. Here, because it was brought to you in the last month of the order, of the jurisdiction, without being able to extend jurisdiction, it ties your hands a little bit on what you can do in terms of ramping up. Because you have a shorter period of time.
We
I understand
did-
your frustration, yeah.
Yeah,
but
well, we,
yeah.
it's like we did ourselves and Mr. Saeed in this point, and the city a disservice, and sort of how everything kind of played out. It's, okay.
Unfortunately, we don't,
Yeah.
we don't set the agenda,
Yes,
you know. The city sets the agenda with regard to the violations, yeah.
I would probably say in defense of staff, it's kind of a catch-22. They want to build the strongest case possible to bring it to you. But on the flip side, and maybe it wasn't, maybe they believe they could just extend jurisdiction. But they, if we're not extending jurisdiction, the longer they take to build the case, then the less time you have to impose sanctions. So they're kind of caught.
Or the flip side is they come to us too early,
Early.
like, come on, there's nothing here, why, why are you back in front of
Or
us?
you haven't given them a chance, and so really it kind of goes back to the legislature. Well, we always like to do that, and saying you got 1 year to do this.
So the whole thing is, the whole purpose is to try to bring the property into compliance, right? And so we're supposed to use the least restrictive means available to bring a property, least restrictive, not most restrictive. The least restrictive means to bring a property into compliance. And so that's probably why the legislature probably limited citizen boards, citizen vigilantes. You know what I mean? Try to rein in the power to some extent, so.
And really, obviously, coming back to this body, if there's another public activity that constitutes public nuisance, they could come back to this body. But the city has really the next step is to go to court over an injunction to stop the public nuisance. And the city can pursue it, residents can pursue it. This isn't just a city thing. Residents can pursue it, the state attorney's office can pursue it. Lots of people can go and decide, hey, we're going to take action under state law and go to court to get an injunction to
Permanent
stop
injunction.
permanent. And I can assure you, the judge has far more authority than y'all have. And that's so we're like step one. If this doesn't work, we can keep working at it. There is step two, and there's obviously much more due process, rules of procedure, rules of evidence. All this stuff comes into play when you go to step two, but that judge has far more authority.
Okay, but we have a motion on the table, and if we
Right.
need a second, and we need to go home, so if somebody.
Is there a second
If there's
to
no
Ms. Ruby's-
second, then let's modify it till we get to a motion and take a vote.
Okay, so I tell you, I'm gonna ask, is there a second to Ms. Ruby's motion?
Second.
All right, Ms. Keefe is second Ms. Ruby's motion, so it's moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion?
I can't see closing until November 5th.
February.
Fourth.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
How about for a week?
Well, we got to vote the motion that's on the table first,
Okay.
and if it fails, then we can have discussion for a new motion.
Yeah, so right
Can you
now-
read it again, please?
We have to vote the motion that's on the table unless someone wants to make a motion to amend the pending motion. Otherwise, we need to vote the pending motion up or down, and then if that motion doesn't pass, then the floor is open for another motion to be made. So you can either amend the current motion or vote on the current motion.
Was it a 3-day closure before?
3-day, yes.
Just a 3-day closure? Maybe a 10-day closure, 7-day closure? We're having discussion right now, so, all right, this is discussion. What could you live with any closure, Mr. Murphy? I want to get your understanding.
I'm just trying to see, again, what we're doing.
Right, right.
I mean, you got nothing here.
Turn on your mic.
Yeah, what's the goal of the closure, I guess? What's being done in that time?
I guess
It's the goal, I think the goal of the closure is to let them know that this board is serious,
Turn it on now.
that the sort of laissez-faire, haphazard compliance isn't acceptable. That, you know, when you have you hire a security company, and there's at least 3 instances that we know of where the guard was inadequate or not there or not functioning well, when you just go ahead and keep sticking signs in the window, when you don't label things with the age-appropriate things, which that's not in part of this order, but it shows a certain lack of attention to how you should be running a business. And when you know, you may have a stack of trespasses this high, but if you're not trespassing people off your property and you're not calling, you're not taking it seriously. And I think that's part of what a closure does, is it says, take this seriously, because we are. And I think 3 days, we gave them 3 days last time. If we wanted to go to 7 this time, I mean, my inclination is to go to 60, because but we can't do that. And that's just because I know that's the learning curve for human beings. But I think that's the purpose of a closure. Let them know we're taking it seriously. Because if they don't start taking it more seriously, then it is going to escalate. When all these sanctions that we've already put in place fall away, if they start doing controlled buys there again, because their thought is, they're not going to catch us, they could lose the whole business. So I think there just needs to be something of significance. And I think at least a 7-day closure would say that.
Jackson, make sure you turn on your mic there so they can get you. Your mic's off. Okay, you do that. Okay. What's your feeling on the closure, Mr. Jackson? Closure, not closure, or length of closure? Trying to build some consensus.
I think it does send a message. I don't think we need the closure with increased fines, because when you close, he's being penalized financially because it hurts him. But I agree that something needs to be done to change the trajectory. And if we can have a shutdown and stop our operations so we can say, hey, this is where we're at now, and this is why we've came to the shutdown, then I think it is well within, it's reasonable.
Okay.
I think it is a reasonable
So
motion.
your inclination is a closure, we didn't discuss how long.
Yeah.
But not hit them for the extra $5,000 fine.
Yes.
Okay, okay,
I can look.
okay. You can live with that. Okay. But you want, how many days? 7 days?
I think 7. Well, I want 20.
Okay, you live with 7.
Yeah.
Could you live with 7,
Yes.
Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
Okay. No, okay, all right, okay. All right, so, I move
Well, you can't
to,
move,
amend-
Chairman.
okay, I can't move, all right, okay. Orders, would you like to withdraw your motion and make a new motion, as to the 7-day closure with no extra $5,000 fine?
Yes, I would
Okay,
withdraw.
So if you could, yeah, okay.
I withdraw my current motion.
And
ma-
withdraw the second.
And who made the second? Oh, you have to withdraw the second.
Withdraw the second
Okay.
motion.
And I'd make a new motion, make sure I hit all the points, that the background check on all employees
And security guards.
and security guards. Keep enforcing, complying with the rules of the February ruling.
Right.
And close for 7 days.
Should we set a date, we have to pay the $5,000? No, right, so far we said to pay, they said fines of 5,000. Should we give them until January 31st or something to pay the old 5,000?
Does that have to be paid by February 4th?
Yeah.
Well, if it's not paid by February 4th, it will, I
Become a
believe,
lien.
become a lien.
Well, then just say February 4th.
Okay, by February 4th, okay, all right, okay. Okay.
And I think to, and the city's legal staff can help with this, I want to try to make sure we are compliant with that statute, that court case I read to you. And I think the motion needs to include that it is not possible to close just the illegal operations, to allow legal operations to continue, because the operations are what's causing all operations are causing all the illegal activity and violations of the existing board's order. In that, it's the continued trespass on the property by customers, patrons, people who have been previously trespassed, that they are not continuing to enforce to remove from the property. And there is no way to distinguish between who's engaging in legal conduct and who's engaging in illegal conduct. So the only option for this board is to stop all conduct.
You're saying that the nuisance conduct is inextricably intertwined with the lawful business of the company?
Yes. And do y'all have any additional language you want to tie into this?
No, that sounds like sufficient language.
I'm gonna read it back and ask you if it's your motion.
Okay.
Okay. It is my understanding that Ms. Ruby is going to be making a motion to close the business for a period of 7 days, beginning,
Let's begin,
let's begin 7 days, give us time to get the order all done, maybe, or,
Would that be enough time?
or 10 days.
beginning the 24th.
Which we got, they draft the order, they send it to me, I get it back to them, so, make sure we have time to.
Well, today's the 15th, and you want 7 days. It at least has to close by the
25th or
26th.
something, 26th.
Yeah.
So,
I'm just looking at my calendar real quick, today's the
I think
15th.
timing was just something that the board secretary can speak to. As far as your timing on how much time you need, I'm sure
Yeah, 'cause somebody has to draft the order and send it to me, I guess, and I review it and sign it.
I think they sent it to me for review too.
Oh, do they? Okay. So it's the 15th. We need to have the 7 days, so, or we can make it nunc-pro-tunc again, but so, give
I
the,
don't know if I do, let's see.
no. If we do it by the if I have the closure start on like the 24th or the 27th, maybe, 27th, that's a Monday?
Yeah. I think it has to start by the 29th, no later than the
Yeah,
29th.
let's start the 27th then.
Okay,
Is
so
that-
like January 27th.
So
So
is
the
that-
closure, the commencing, I guess, beginning of the day on January, what do we say, 27th?
I would say 12:01 a.m., January 27th. And ending.
For a period of 7 days.
11:59 p.m., February 2nd, I think. That's 7 days.
We'll just say for a period of 7 days.
So we start on the 27th, so 27th, 28th, 29th, 30th. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is the second.
It should be in the midnight on the Sunday or whatever.
Second.
Yeah,
Yep, Sunday the 2nd.
okay. Okay. Hold on. Okay, it's my understanding that Ms. Ruby would be making a motion to close the business for a period of 7 days, beginning January 27th, 2025 at 12:01 a.m. and ending Sunday, February 2nd, 2025 at midnight,
11:59.
11:59. That gives them a second in between there. It was called midnight.
Okay.
And require the business to conduct background checks for all employees and security guards working on their property. Oh, where am I here? To pay the previously ordered fine of $5,000 no later than end of the day, February 4th, 2025. And all other provisions in our original order dated February 15th, 2024, nunc-pro-tunc, February 5th, 2024, shall remain in full force and effect. And it is finding the board that the conduct conducive to the nuisance is inextricably intertwined with the lawful conduct of the business, so that the only way we can abate the nuisance would be for the 7-day closure. Was there anything else that needed to be in?
No,
the
that's a
motion?
good motion, thank you.
Okay.
I'm,
Okay.
it's-
The only
Is that,
question I have
is that
What?
so moved?
Are there
So
different
moved.
types of background checks? I don't.
Just don't go 30 minutes on that.
Just,
It's just for the next 20 days.
It could take days for
You
the
can do a
background.
background check through FDLE's website, or we can run the person's name, but that would deplete law enforcement resources
Right,
for
okay.
a significant amount of time.
well, there's not
You can
that
just,
many
you can check to
employees.
see if they're on probation or if they're convicted felons, but that's something that would take time.
so do
My
you want to do it?
recommendation that I put on a website, which if you look at, to use that, that's the standard, background thing that the public has access to do.
No, it's in the booklet, in
Yes.
the,
On that
the
sheet.
sheet you gave me, but is that in our book as well?
Yes.
Oh,
It's in the binder.
Okay.
A background check pursuant to staff recommendation.
So moved. Anybody want a second?
Second.
All right. It's been moved and seconded. Do I need to restate the motion again, or do we understand the motion? Okay. All right.
Please don't.
Is there any discussion on the motion that's been seconded and is before the board right now? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, you want to call the roll on this?
Okay, Ann Ruby,
Yes,
Move to approve the motion?
to approve, yes.
Okay.
Jackson,
Approve.
Kara Keefe,
Approve.
seconded. Murphy,
No.
no. Fields and Mr. Rice.
Approve.
Okay, that is 1, 2, 3, 4 to 1.
Okay, so the motion carries and is
4-1.
approved. Mr. Daniels, you understand, I think you understand the order of the board today?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, okay. I know you're not happy with it.
I am happy.
Okay, all right, okay. Okay, all right. Mr. Saeed, thank you for coming here, and we wish you the best of luck. Okay, okay. Thank you. Sergeant Blowers, Officer Huckabee, and
Lieutenant Gurner.
Gerner, and, okay, thank you. Thank you all for your presentations. Appreciate the time you put into it. Hopefully it won't be backsliding after February 5th, but
I think they will.
well, in their defense, it's a tough neighborhood. Those cockroaches are just gonna continue to walk up and down that US 1, like I see them do every day of my adult life.
So, now, when they do the background checks, is it just up through the 4th, the same?
Yes.
It is, right? I
Yeah.
put that down here.
Yes, yes.
It's just do the 4th.
Are you still doing
Citizens for Responsible Development?
What's that?
the county had a meeting there.
They wouldn't
Are
get
we
it
still-
back in
are we
time.
still on the
I
record?
know. That's why I didn't want to spend a lot of
I don't
time
think
with
we're
it.
adjourned.
Are we still on the
Are we
record?
adjourned? You have to
We
say
have to
meeting
adjourn.
adjourned.
Is there a motion to adjourn the meeting?
I motion we adjourn.
Ms. Keefe second, okay. Mr. Murphy second.